Hello everyone, and welcome in to the Forts Pro League season finals, the playoffs, the final matches, the culmination of all of these highest tier games so far. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and well, let's go ahead and kick things up into the notch, shall we? As all of these teams have been reduced to the top 4. And today we also have a special treat. Today we're also doing the promotion match for the Forts Amateur League, where the top ranked team for the Forts Amateur League will have an opportunity to face off against the bottom ranked team for the Forts Pro League. And should they win, should they emerge victorious, the Amateur League team will move on to the Forts Pro League in the next season. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys are excited because things are about to kick off here. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to be joined in voice chat with one of the Forts developers themselves. I'm going to stop in and say hello. I'll be joined by Nosehead, you guys may be familiar with. Hello there. How you doing today, Nose?
I'm doing really well. Incursus, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Looks like everything's all set up on my side. The players are in the lobby, so things are going as smooth as they can be.
This is true and unusual.
It's almost like we're prepared this time.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It really is. Alright, so it looks like we're all good to go here. Is there anything you wanted to say before we get these first matches started?
I just want to say how excited I am about the Pro League finals. It's just something that's been a long time coming, and it's been a lot of work by a bunch of awesome people in the background and our players, and just couldn't be happier with this moment. So very keen to get into it and watch some cool Forts action.
Oh, I have been so excited for this. Like for those who know, this has been on the schedule for like a month now. Yeah, like actual preparing for this. So it has been an exciting trip, and I'm just giddy. We're just waiting for all these moments here.
Exactly.
Giddy with excitement. All right then. So I'm going to go ahead and type in the lobby. Where is Zoutzvuk? Oh, he's actually dedicated host. Okay.
He's it's being hosted in Germany.
Yes. For those who are unaware, Zoutzvuk is also casting these matches. I believe also Goldjonge as well, with those interested in the German cast, that is to say, all of these matches cast in the native German tongue. Available on Twitch. Make sure to check them out if that is more your speed. But it looks like the players are ready.
All right, let's do it.
And it's just a matter of starting this off. As this time we'll be starting out with the promotion battle, with Team Yes versus Team Clockwork Titans. Team Clockwork Titans. Actually, due to some, I'm going to say administrative issues, I had to get a name change as well as a minor roster change as well. So we'll see, while they are not exactly the same name that you may recognize from the Forts Amateur League, they are the same team. And we'll see how they face off against Team Yes here in the promotion match. So Team Clockwork Titans here on the right side, comprised of Halrasi and Shuka, will be facing off against their opponents, Team Yes. Now this means that Team Yes was indeed one of the lowest ranked Forts Pro League teams. So they have to hold their title. They have to win this match in order to maintain their position in the Forts Pro League. Otherwise, Team Clockwork Titans will be taking that slot. Now, this is something I find... This is something I really like. I love the idea... I love the idea of having the Forts Pro League players get actually knocked out in combat by the Forts Amateur League players.
Yeah, it's really... I really like the sort of configuration we have of the leagues, where the Amateur League is feeding the Pro League. The initial Pro League was invite only, and we chose basically the top ranked players and teams initially for our inaugural season. But from this point on, the Pro League will now be built of the best players from the Amateur League, and the lowest rated Pro League teams get relegated down into the Amateur League.
Yes, I love it. And I do want to say, I appreciate that it's actually done via combat rather than just points. It's extra, I'm going to say, drama and extra excitement to have the Forts Amateur League players proceed in trial by combat. It's just so much more exciting.
It is.
I love it. I love it. And I do want to say, shout out to Halrassi here. Halrassi's a trooper and is... I'm going to say, despite their unfortunate teammates, have managed to prove themselves in a way that is, like, actually considerably terrifying, like, even by Forts Pro League player standards. I'm going to go ahead and say that Halrassi appears to be more skilled than a significant chunk of the Forts Pro League players. I'm truly rooting for Halrassi here. Like, I realize Tight Shoot and Flint Shadow, we love them, we know them, great community members, been here for a long time. I'm rooting for Halrassi here. Rooting pretty hard for Halrassi.
Yes, and you'll notice that Halrassi has renamed his team to Clockwork Titans.
Yes.
And yeah, there was some technical issues with the previous team, so things had to change there, and he's got a new teammate as well. So a bit of last-minute shuffling there, but ultimately, yeah, he earned, or his team earned this position of fighting into the Pro League. So yeah, that adds extra excitement to this battle, because there's a lot at stake here.
Oh yeah, and I truly hope it goes well for them, because things are starting to really kick off as the strategies for each team are fully unveiled, fully revealed for everyone to see. As here we have on the left hand side, running as the Architect Commander, Team Yes is going for the Howitzer Cannon play with the earlier kind of mid-game harassment style. We're going to see Flint Shadow in the top base going with rockets and shotguns with the stated, well, the very outward goal of suppressing the opponents back to the Dark Age, whereas their teammate, Team Taichu, for Yes in the lower base, is going to be going with the Howitzer. Howitzer will be trying to send those shells through a sky cleared by Flint Shadow to deal devastating damage to the opponents, potentially game-ending damage. While Team Clockwork Titans going for a similar strategy with a slightly different implementation, using the Pinch Fist Commander for the faster rush time. As you may notice, Halrassi's Howitzer is 3/4 of the way completed, compared to Yes's about halfway completed. They're going for the same strategy where Halrassi is bringing up the Howitzer, and his teammates, Shuka, is going with more supporty weapons. We see fire beams, we see snipers. The purpose of this is to cleanse the sky of anti-air using the fire beam, while the Howitzer does the real game-ending damage. We're about to see this go into play right now as Halrassi is preparing the fire. Fires without clearing the sky first, as Team Yes is able to shut down that Howitzer completely, which is really rather unfortunate for Team Clockwork Titans. It just means that they'll have to coordinate themselves a bit better, use that fire beam to clear out all the AA before things get wild. But it looks like Team Clockwork Titans is actually managing to take substantial, if not complete, not dominant, but substantial map control using that sniper. Team Yes is still contesting. They're trying, but Team Clockwork Titans does currently control the map. This time they do line it up properly. The fire beam does make an effort to stop the AA, and it cuts out a lot of the AA for Team Yes. The shotgun is blown out of the sky, and some of the flak as well, but it's not quite enough as Team Yes still manages to defend themselves from that howitzer. The question now is, who actually lands their shots? So far, Team Yes has managed to land 2 out of 3 howitzer shells, and there's another one. Team Clockwork Titans just doesn't have the anti-air to clear the skies. Now we have officially core damage dealt to Team Clockwork Titans. Halrasi takes a bit of splash damage, bit of scratch damage from Team Yes's rockets. Nothing of serious concern, other than to say that rockets successfully made it across the map. Looks like Team Clockwork Titans are preparing to fire their howitzer once again. And there it is. Good God, it gets shut down anyways. That is so much AA. Team Yes, making a thick wall of gunners, manages to shut down the howitzer despite a vast majority of the gunners being locked out. What was that? Only 2 gunners were up, but they still managed to take out the howitzer. That's actually a fair bit of RNG on there. It takes 2 gunners are technically capable of taking down a howitzer, but it's not common they do so. Usually you need closer to 3 or 4 to reliably take out a howitzer. But good God, because like that fire beam out of Shuka was very well placed. They managed to disable, what is that, 5 gunners and a shotgun with the fire beam, and it still wasn't enough. Like, Team Clockwork Titans just needs a little bit more offensive firepower to absolutely remain dominant in the map control situation. Because otherwise that howitzer won't land. There it is. A swing and a hit. Team Yes finally taking a hit from that howitzer. Their AA breached, and with a beautiful follow-up, Team Clockwork Titans sends a laser straight to the foundation of Taichu's fort, dealing massive damage, but the reply. Halrasi goes down. A cannon straight to the center mass, breaks some load-bearing beams, and sends Halrasi into a spiral, into a collapse. And there falls Halrasi, and with it, one of Clockwork Titan's players, leaving them at a massive disadvantage. Now, I will say this, as I have said many a time before, I never count out a player who has access to laser beams. Laser beams are incredibly good, if not specifically designed, to do things such as door sniping. And door sniping is what can keep them in the game, if not just straight up deal game-ending damage. So while Clockwork Titans is in a terrible position from a game state, they don't want to be here. They're in a massive disadvantage. They aren't out of it just yet. They just need enough energy to fire that laser beam once and manage to get a door snipe, and they are right back into it. They do have a path to stability. From there, they can try to finagle a path to victory. The question is, will they be able to do that exactly? Commander ability is active. Clockwork Titans looking to fire around. This time they're aiming straight to the core. And that I believe to be a mistake, given that, well, they didn't have the firepower before when they had 2 players, so they're certainly not going to be able to do it now. And at this point, Team Yes knows that Team Clockwork Titans doesn't have the fire beam and the plasma ready to go. They're safe from door sniping, so they're just going to fire their cannons. Ooh, trying to door snipe that shotgun doesn't quite work out for him. Clockwork Titans not quite with the energy production they need to fire their laser weaponry consistently. They do have to bank up some extra resources before actually being able to maintain that kind of damage output. It's going to give Team Yes an opportunity to fire their weapons once again, completely free of door sniping. It looks like both teams are keen to increase their energy production so they can more consistently fire their weapons. So we have the cannons slowly starting to dig their way to Shuka's core, getting some splash damage, bringing it down to 99%. Whoa, that's a breach. Clockwork Titans officially has a gap in their defenses. If that is not repaired, that could be game-ending damage the next time Team Yes fires their cannons. Mind you, Shuka doesn't really have the income to repair. If that hits, that's just... Yeah, that's a big old hole. And there it is. We see internal combustion, losing the plasma laser, and with it, any hope of dealing any real damage to Team Yes. At this point, Shuka's lost their opportunity to return in this game, as we have over-penetration. Defenses have been breached. Shuka is moments away from disaster. Team Yes senses blood in the water. They sense collapse in the future. And now they're aiming straight to the core, as Shuka simply doesn't have the income, doesn't have the wherewithal to continue here. It's looking a little rough. They're going to stick it out to the end. They're going to make Team Yes fight for it. And that I think we can all appreciate, because that makes for the best destructions. I simply struggle at this point to imagine a world where Shuka manages to recover from this one. Credit where credit's due. They are adding in some more offensive weaponry. It looks like they're going with mortars. They're getting the triple mortars, which Team Yes is already responding by reconstructing all their AAA that they had already sold off and replaced for additional weaponry. Oh no. Shuka from Clockwork Titans is just trying to hang in there where they can. That one shotgun has been MVP for Team Clockwork Titans. It has cleansed the skies of every howitzer so far. It's impressive. We have the triple incendiaries. None of them make it across the center of the map. I'm not surprised by this. There's just enough AA for Team Yes that they're keeping those mortars away. Just barely, but nonetheless. The fog launcher. I suspect more so to try to deal with the reconstruction for Team Clockwork Titans to prevent the replacement of the ablative armor more than anything else. Okay.
Oh.
Well, there goes the ablative armor. Now is when you want to use the fog launcher. Oh, the cannon over penetration. The EMPs with the mass lockdown just to destroy Shuka from an economic perspective. Shuka's eco is already gone. Why? This is just brutality.
There we go.
There it is.
Jeez.
A cannon to the foundation. Team Clockwork Titans loses this round.
And there
well
you go.
Done.
Well, it's a best of 3, so see if they can take it back.
Oh, yes. I am very much so interested in seeing if they manage to return for this one. Because, well, I'm sorry, I'm rooting for Halrasi here. Like, I really am. I want to see if they can manage to come out on top here. If you guys want to see the moments of disaster, as here we check out Halrasi getting pummeled by the cannon that separated his foundations.
Pummel cam.
One howitzer straight to the front, disconnects the load-bearing struts at the beginning, and down he falls. That was a beautiful shot. That's the kind of stuff we like to see here, the best kind of destruction. I do want to say for Zaltzfolk's question, they can, however, doing so requires that he presses the button before the host, before the players press disconnect. At least to my recollection. The final moments of Shuka. The final moments of Team Clockwork Titans in the round 1.
Okay.
Batteries coming in for the explosion. And now we're off to round 2. As round 2 of this best of 3 of this promotion battle, Team Clockwork Titans will need to win this match and the next in order to move on to take their place in the Forts Pro League, as Team Yes is looking to defend themselves. I do wonder, will Flynn Shadow and Taichu be able to hold the line here? Will they be able to maintain their position in the Forts Pro League?
Who has more experience here between these teams?
In terms of hours, it is definitely Team Yes with Taichu and Flynn Shadow.
Yeah, they seem more familiar to me.
Yes. Well, I mean, they've also participated more than they. They've been very chatty. They're around. They aren't the most, I'm going to say, skilled players.
Yeah.
I mean, they are at the risk of getting taken out by the Forts Amateur League. Why are you like this? They're just over here opening and closing doors with nothing behind it, just because they can. And Team Clockwork Titans sees this and starts doing the same thing. Like, why are you like this? All of you. Just yelling at each other across this big open void. Good God. No, what I was saying is they're still doing it. What I was saying was Flynn Shadow and Taichu. I know Flynn Shadow, for example, like he went on a very substantial hiatus, and he came back pretty much for the Forts Pro League, and he's been shaving off the rust, and it shows the difference between his current skill level in the competitive scene versus players like, say, I'm just gonna pick Eaton because that's the obvious example, but this is opposed to Team Clockwork Titans like Halrassi. Halrassi's just been going hard, and Halrassi has had incredible rates of improvements over the past, it's probably like the past year. It's been constant.
In fact, his team was almost undefeated throughout the amateur league, all the way up to the finals.
Yeah, I'm genuinely impressed. I am genuinely impressed, and it's the reason why I'm rooting for him. Like he's put in the work, he's put in the time, and it's shown. He's got here, and well, I truly hope he takes it. As the first swarm missiles are launched.
Interestingly, in the Pro League, our good friend Eaton and his team are not in the top 4 that made it to the finals. Sort of surprise upset.
Surprise! Eaton getting knocked out. Big shock. Oh no. Well, that is one for you guys have to watch in the videos, which I will be continuing to upload after the after today's showing of the finals, so you guys can catch up, because I haven't quite gotten them all uploaded yet.
Yes.
You guys will get to watch all of the Forts Pro League season matches. But today's the finals. And we're starting off with a promotion match in round 2, where Team Yes is getting aggressive with swarm missiles and support. Playing as the Seep commander, Team Yes is looking to use earlier game missiles already with a nuke just about completed. They'll be using the variant where their second teammate, Taichu in the lower fort, is going with the Fire Beam Plasma Beam. So they'll have Fire Beam Plasma Beam with nuclear firepower to try to ruin their opponent's day before they can even get weapons onto the field. Whereas Team Clockwork Titan, going with something a bit more, I'm going to say traditional, a bit more common. They're using the Warthog commander and going heavy weapons, going a mixed munitions, one howitzer, and I assume a cannon soon, coming out of Halrasi in the lower fort. Whereas their teammate Shuka, the one currently getting nuked, is going for laser beams. We could expect to see your fire beam coming out of Shuka here, assuming that they manage to repair themselves in a relatively reasonable manner. Obviously that nuke hits pretty hard, did some substantial damage to Shuka in the top fort. Looks like they're actually going to be going with multiple sets of flak rather than a fire beam, which is completely understandable. Either way, Team Yes firing. Oh my lord, that was an incredibly tense hit. Breaking through Halrasi's defenses, finding a very thin points of weakness there. Going to chalk that one up more to luck than actual aiming for a weak spot, but nailed it nonetheless. Halrasi almost getting disconnected there.
Yep.
Either way, Halrasi is ready to fire their howitzer, and Yes is ready to receive it. With a wall of machine gunners, multiple snipers, Team Yes is not having it. They're aware that it's a howitzer, just a howitzer play, and they are defending themselves for it. Given that Team Yes relies on having map control, Team Clockwork Titans does not have a free shot with their howitzer across. They will need some substantial support in order to have that howitzer land. And it looks like Team Clockwork Titans is not going to fire their howitzer until this fire beam is ready to go, which is completely understandable. Instead, they're spending their time and energy on constructing an additional cannon platform, a beautiful energy shield location. As here comes the nuke. It's taken out. Yeah, that howitzer did not do much.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, did Halrasi's core get directly hit by a swarm missile? Did that thing
getting hurt by something? I thought it was like on fire or something.
It was on fire, and I'm pretty certain oh no. Oh, it's all falling apart. Team Clockwork Titans, Shuka falls, leaving most of the map control to go with it. Halrasi still has their howitzer, and now a cannon placed, but with no map control and no real weapons to retain that, we're going to see that howitzer fly and get shut down halfway across the map. And look at that, Team Yes in the top base, Flynn Shadow is building another wall of machine gunners just to guarantee that nothing makes it across. As, oh jeez, the nuke lands, almost taking out Halrasi's cannon. At this point, that howitzer is basically dead weight. It's never going to make it across the center of the map, not without managing to win a 1v2 both in sniper dueling and in machine gunners. It's, you know, Halrasi's doing it. I say that. And he's doing it. The nuke takes out the sniper. If you can't beat it with your own snipers, just nuke it. That's the That's the advantage afforded to Team Yes right now, just with that measure of map control. Team Yes now aiming for Hal Rassi's mines to knock them out of the game in a more permanent condition. Another nuke flies across. Massive oh, do you follow it up with a laser? Because you see that. I know you absolutely see that. Yeah, that's... If he gets the laser...
It's a bit flimsy.
There goes the energy shield, and with it, there's nothing to stop the laser beam. And there it goes. Hal Rassi sliced off the foundations and falls.
Well, there you go. That was pretty decisive.
Very decisive. As Team Yes, in mostly one-sided matches, manages to defeat Team Clockwork Titans.
Yep.
Team Yes defends their position in the Forts Pro League, and Clockwork Titans will have to work their way up through the Amateur League once more to regain their opportunity to move on to the next Forts Pro League season, which, in all honesty, given their performance in the Forts Amateur League, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think they've got this.
Yep, I agree.
All right. So now here comes my favorite part. The part where we get to watch the replay of this beautiful laser beam that destroyed Shuka's base. As it comes from below, dealing critical damage at a location where that just wasn't quite defended. Look at that, clear through 2 layers of metal underneath the fire beam, causing an extra explosion in there just because it can. 2 doors does not defend against the fire beam plasma beam combo. It does defend against the plasma beam itself, but not when combined with the extra fire. And that was the difference in that match. Just enough to touch the core and just enough to end it. That's what we call a beautifully placed shot. Now, it does make me wonder, how is the next match going to go? As you get into the Forts Pro League proper, the Forts Pro League matches will be starting now, as that was the placement match, or rather the promotion match for the Forts Amateur League.
Yep. Yep, so congrats to Team Yes for defending their position. And we'll see Clockwork Titans in the FAL next season.
Yes. As will we see Team Yes.
And yeah, so sounds like there's one of the players is having some technical difficulties. So I think we're going to do it says we will do the Eagle Die versus Donka Merkel match first.
Works for me.
While the player sorts his network.
Coming up next, we'll be starting the first match, Duncan Merkel versus Eagle Die. Getting everything all put together before we actually start it off.
And looks like they've done their veto already as well, their pick and ban.
Oh my. Well, that's convenient. Oh yes, they have in fact already completed all of their picks and bans. Well, that's convenient. Good. Then we'll be able to start off this next match here momentarily. Okay, then. So, with the picks and bans already completed, we should be able to see these matches start rather quickly, which is something I appreciate. I want to say shout out to Kronk, shout out to 42, shout out to Romero, putting all of this stuff together behind the scenes, managing to keep everything rolling smoothly so that you guys can enjoy the content and get these matches going as quickly and smoothly as possible.
I agree. They've been a joy to work with and very diligent. The cat herding has been real and extremely real, I'll say. And yeah, we've been doing a lot of planning leading up to this, and they've just been spectacular organizing this. So yeah, can't thank them enough, really.
I was going to say, I remember, it was last night for me, but not quite nighttime for you guys, I imagine. But last night or earlier today for you would have been all these messages coming through like, okay, is everything ready to go? Is everything fine? It's like, we got you. You've already planned it. It's already done. You've done the work. Just let it go. It's just time to roll.
At one point, you got to just, you can only plan so much. And, even now there's already a bunch of things that have happened that were, unplanned. Looks like we're ready to go, though.
We are. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to round 1 of the Forts Pro League playoffs. As here we have Danke Merkel versus Eagle Die.
Now these teams have been playing in our tournaments for ages.
Yes, they have. I do not remember a time when at least one of these players was not present. These are ancient players from an older age. As here we have on the left-hand side, it's Finn and Embrulo, some of the resident Germans. Are the team logos correct on your end?
On mine, they are incorrect.
Okay.
But, and I think what happens is that if we are running the override, we are overriding what is being set by...
I am not currently running the override.
Okay. Then it's... we just got to double check that it's correct. I'll just...
Okay. Thank you. As here we have on the left-hand side, looks like it's Danke Merkel with Finn and Embrulo. Getting set up with some rather aggressive sniping to do some turbine madness. Team Danke Merkel getting set up to do some proper early game aggression. Playing as the Seep Commander, they're getting themselves set up to do the in-your-face missiles in the proper Seep format. Going to be supported with the laser variants. They're going to see some fire beams and plasma beam to follow through behind the nuclear option. Eagle Die going with a more consistent middle of the road. We're going to see what I can only imagine will be cannons. Cannon spam, perhaps maybe mixed munitions, cannons and lasers. Either way, it's going to be a heavy weapons rush out of Team Eagle Die using the Spook Commander. Spook Commander doesn't change the build orders any, it just enables them to get a little bit more information on their opponents and what exactly they're doing, as well as steal their resources and slow them down a little bit. Makes it for quite a good overall commander. Now, due to, well, the missiles of Duncan Merkel being out there and exposed, it's, Team Eagle Die will want to get themselves set up with some anti-missile systems, which they are currently not working on. I don't know if this is because they're just not going to care about swarm missiles, or if they intend to do something else with it. Mind you, at this point in time, it is only one swarm missile, and one swarm missile isn't something you need to notably react to. It could take out exposed turbines, but Eagle Die doesn't have any exposed turbines. So they're not in any real threat here. They don't desperately need AA just yet or anything like that. They will need it eventually, as that nuke is now 2/3 of the way completed. But Eagle Die knows this, so they'll get around to it eventually. We do see a flak deep set into, that is Finn's base. Those flak won't defend Finn, but they will defend Ambrulo, which is a good start. The EMP working surprisingly well out of Eagle Die, shutting down Duncan Merkel's core once, and now some of their mines. Just a nice little bit of harassment. Just a nice little bit to slow down their opponents where they have nothing better to do. Interesting note that Eagle Die is so far behind on their build order. They've only just now placed their first plasma weaponry, their first heavy laser. But that's at the 4-minute and 45-second mark, which is like a solid 70 seconds behind the normal Canada clock timing. So Duncan Merkel's ready to go. And Team Eagle Die will not be able to retaliate anytime in the near future, as Duncan Merkel has swarm missiles, has a nuke, which can't fire because their teammate's blocking it. Well, that's awkward. Alex? I'm sure they're yelling at each other in comms right now. Yeah, there it is.
You can hear it from here.
Yeah. I realize they're not in the same continent, but oh god, are they? Can they, Get I hear him screaming. Alright, looks like they're gonna be ready to go this time. With Fire Beam and Plasma Beam ready to go, they will be covering the nuke and dealing massive damage along the way. Looks like Team Eagle Die finally gets their first cannon place, going with the mixed munitions strategy. However, that's going to be another 90 seconds out before it fires, and Team Duncan Merkel's looking to start things off right now, as Hero launch commander ability active for the empowered missiles, swarm missiles launch, clear the way for the nuclear follow-up. The Fire Beam covers just in case there's any AA, but there is none. Massive damage.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did you guys see the core recoil?
Yeah. Was it taken out by a sniper?
I believe it was actually finished off by a sniper.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mind you, at that point, the core was just fully exposed to everything. Whether the sniper got it, or the plasma that went clean through afterward, I mean, minor details.
Oh, jeez. That almost went through.
God. Team Eagle Die on the right side here is getting pummeled by a fire beam, but not nearly as hard as that nuke hits. The oh jeez. Duncan Merkel here on the left, having lost a player. It's a bit messy, to put lightly. Their bases looked so pretty too. It was well engineered. It looked they just didn't have anything to force Team Eagle Die to defend themselves, to slow down. No map control, nothing to keep things going. As a beautiful laser. Ambrulo firing a laser despite having not enough energy to even properly fire it. Like, it didn't even fully charge up. It just got a quick little pulse, but timed it so perfectly that it damaged the nuke without destroying it, causing the nuke to dip right back down from whence it came and hitting the top of Fireworks base. Mind you, it didn't deal all that much damage. It took out a sniper.
Firework got really lucky there.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, he got real lucky with that, and that could have been so much worse. Like, that could have been... I've seen that end games right there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he did manage to, and for Embrulo's sake, did manage to keep themselves alive to not get nuked, which is kind of the important part. Looks like Embrulo's kitting themselves up for this 1v2. Mass building energy production everywhere so they can actually fire their weaponry. Still accessing... Embrulo, at least for the moment, still has access to Finn's destroyed base, and with it, all the economy that comes with it. Mind you, the Finn's base has no energy production. It does have metal production, which is which is the more valuable of the two. Fire beam, laser beam cuts through, taking out some of those extra weapons for Team Eagle Die. Oh. Unfortunately, it costs them almost everything. The door snipes taking out the fire beams for Team Dank and Merkel, leaving them with only a single plasma. Like, the sniping out of Team Eagle Die has been very effective. To put it lightly, it's been incredibly effective.
Yeah, and so is the shotgun clearing out some of the AAA.
It's a good strategy. There's a reason they use it. But even so, Team Duncan Merkel's AA manages to defend the nuke, which is good because that's all they really got going for them.
Yep.
I am surprised to see the howitzer here. Like, I would not be going howitzer in a world where your opponents have map control and you're in a 1v2.
You'd go regular cannon, I think, at this point.
I would, yes.
Yep.
I am also not currently participating in the Forts Pro League, so I can't judge too hard. I just... it feels like a mistake to me because they get one, maybe two shots of the howitzer, and then Team Dank and Merkel is full defended against the howitzer. Yep. That's how that's going to go. That's kind of the expected play, and they're risking... Embrulo is taking a pretty big risk here and just saying, okay, I understand that I'm going to get one, maybe two shots for free.
Yep.
And I'm hoping to do enough damage with this howitzer to end the game. Which, I mean, it's a gamble. It's not the worst gamble. It's just not one that I would like, oh my god, he's getting two howitzers. Is this...
Okay.
I could... Okay.
He's doubling down.
I mean, if you're going to do it, this is the way to do it. Double down, land two howitzer rounds in the same place, follow up with the plasma, just take your beating for the next 2 minutes, try to not die, get enough batteries to save up all your energy, fire those rounds, remove one player from the game. That's the risk. The problem I have with it is it's not going to work twice. He can't do any kind of firing in the howitzer. He can't do any kind of mitigating damage. He just has to eat these hits with all of the repair bill and can't do anything about it. If something happens, like he needs to retaliate or he's going to die, then he just dies. Like, he doesn't have any stopgap here as the nuke lands. And that's gonna set him back economically just due to the massive amount of repair bill. He's firing the howitzer. It gets shut down.
Shotgun again.
Yeah, that's just Team Eagle Die has too much AA right now, and they're responding by building more AA. Like, you can't reveal that you have a howitzer and expect them to let you have it. Now, the second howitzer will be coming online momentarily, but they've got more than enough AA now to shut down both of them. They're not vulnerable to this kind of surprise sucker punch from behind, from left field. And that's my concern about going howitzer. Like, it's doable. It's definitely a strong option. If you catch him by surprise, it absolutely would have ended one of Eagle Die's players. Like, pick one, anyone, doesn't matter, they're gone. But you can't. You can't. And there it is.
Both taken out.
Complete lockdown. And now Ambrulo's in a world where he's got 2 howitzers, 2 very expensive weapons. He's taken heavy damage to get those weapons, and they're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything for the foreseeable future. This is why I prefer to go cannons in this situation, why I highly recommend it. But
Yep.
it was a risk and it didn't pay off. It was certainly a risk that could have worked, and I think might have if played slightly differently. Like, they only had 1 shotgun.
Okay. That was a fluke. That was a fluke. He was looking
No. It happens, and the plasma follow-up.
Oh, he almost did it. Oh, is he?
Oh,
so close.
no.
Well,
Both howitzers make it through the
That's what he
AA
was banking on.
screens. There's always the chance of this.
yeah.
It's just, the chances are so slim, I had all but completely written it off.
Yeah, same.
Oh, no.
And if this gets through,
It's going to at this point.
oh,
Like,
that's amazing. That's evened things up a little bit.
Team Eagle Die doesn't lose the player entirely, but does lose just about everything there. They also lost their missiles in the collapse.
I think they took them out.
I don't think so, as they would have
Okay.
had technology.
Hmm.
They would have transitioned to something else.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there.
Whereas Team Eagle Die just has no weapons right now. Nothing but a singular shotgun. Good God. That's, you know, that literally just puts Team Duncan Merkel and Brulo in the lead. This is a successful 1v2 situation where they've managed to take the game state back. They need to keep firing because Team Eagle Die will recover incredibly quickly.
They will.
And I think Ambrulo's getting set up to fire once again.
He's just trying to increase his damage output, I think.
Yeah, he was increasing his turbines, getting set up to do another massive alpha strike. There's the 1 shotgun shell, leaving the next howitzer free to fly across the field with, well, no real AA to their name.
Oh,
That's another decapitation. Team Eagle Die. Team Eagle Die has nothing left. They're rebuilding their technology so they can get heavy weapons of their own. Alex just placed a metal store. Double howitzer.
oh, what a comeback.
Oh, it's beautiful. Ambrulo has all but completely done it. With the double howitzer play, managing to send them completely naked and undefended across the world. Both collided, dealing catastrophic damage, the damage he needed to deal. Leaving him in the lead, and now he's just coming in to clean up the remnants. Shot after shot.
Oh, jeez.
Piece by piece, Eagle Die is being taken apart. With no weapons to their name. Eagle Die does still have a substantial amount of economy. With all of the mines, and including some upgraded mines. Despite being down a player, the final remaining player, Fireworks, still has access to both bases, both expansions worth of metal income. It's it's just not enough. Like, you can't, that's 2 howitzers. And the middling amounts of AA that they're managing to get up, the few gunners, it's just not nearly enough. Like, you can't, there's a 2 gunners does not defeat 2 howitzers. It's,
just double check the name of the teams on your screen there. I think, are they swapped?
they are incorrect.
Just to point
Yes.
that out.
Yes, I am
I'm
aware.
seeing some messages here.
I am aware. We have. Yes, this has been known. We have to get it fixed at the end for the next match, which we should be getting to here pretty
We
quickly,
will.
I
And
imagine.
this is a best of 1, so it's a double elimination.
Yeah.
So they will have one more chance.
Like, it's just the pummeling. Firework actually at 0 energy. They're sitting on 0 energy for a substantial amount of time. They just, with that EMP landing on the core, they have no other energy production. And so they couldn't rebuild, and that's the end. Team Danke Merkel succeeds, going up 1-0 against their opponents. Now, I do want to mention that this is a double elimination, so Team Eagle Die is not eliminated. They have 1 life remaining, so they will get to return in the lower bracket. But I need to see that moment where those howitzers actually managed to clear across the field and deal that critical amount of damage, because that was insane. That was the difference between winning and losing, and I did not see that one coming. Didn't see it coming a mile away. There's just so many gunners, so much AA, and it still gets across the open air. If you guys want to see it, look at your screens right now if you got us open on the second monitor to see all of this beautiful destruction.
A comeback is just so satisfying, isn't it?
It really is. And this is a comeback that I did not see coming. It is just incredible how this match went down. Absolutely incredible.
I think Felix was the last big one we saw, didn't we? In the FAL.
I think so. Let's see. The next one with in the FAL, yeah, because that one was a beautiful match, and he got like an extra reward, extra moment to say, hey, you did so very well that you got the total highlight from that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we awarded him the MVP of the FAL playoffs medal, and there's another one of those up for grabs for this playoff as well.
Let's see. So the next match will be Spec Fanatica versus Pro Am.
Yep. So the first game in the bracket originally. And their pick and ban is probably done already as well. Because I think we did all the ones offline. All the starting ones. Yep.
Okay. Excellent. Well, that means we get to check out their picks and bans. Looks like banning Warthog and Seep to start with, so they won't be seeing those missile rushes out the gate. Oh my. Whoa. I see a Phantom selected. You know what that means. Oh, there's cheese opportunities. Cheese opportunities are always a good time.
Yep.
But just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the next round. In the upper bracket to start with, now it is Spec Fanatiker versus Pro Aim. As here we have on the left-hand side, Team Spec Fanatiker, playing with the Architect Commander, Naomi and der Benzinpreisvergleiche.
Whoa. Did you
Getting
just
themselves set up with... it's how my brain reads him now. They're getting set up with what's going to be a fairly standard opener here. Now, there is some... I am interested to see if they go with the upgrade center start. With the Architect Commander, they do actually have the capability of opening with a much more slow starter, much more slow build order than the other commanders, because the Architect Commander allows them to speed themselves up faster as they get toward cannon o'clock. So they can maintain cannon o'clock timings, or at least cannon o'clock-ish, while still taking a detour through extra economy via the upgrade center. And that is exactly what we're seeing. Right out the gate, we see Spec Fanatiker opening with an upgrade center, which is... I like to see it. It's a different strategy than we get normally via every other faction with every other commander. Speaking of which, we're going to see a similar build order out of Team Pro Aim. Pro Aim playing as the Eagle Eye commander. Eagle Eye specializes in heavy weapons now. Since the change, it no longer really does the big explosive projectiles. It still does those technically, but we don't use that for that feature anymore. It's outdated. We use double shot cannons now, which is very good. It means that you can use one cannon to have double the penetrative power, which works incredibly well with weapons like lasers, because lasers are already incredibly high penetrative weapons, and just makes them cut even deeper. What I'm interested in seeing here, what really intrigues me, is that we do actually see an upgrade center out of Mateo here. Mateo going for... What is this helicopter? Mateo going for... an upgrade center as Eagle Eye. Now, generally, you don't see an upgrade center for factions or for commanders that are not Architect. And the reason for that is getting the upgrade center slows your build down substantially, and everyone who isn't Architect can't make up for that lost time. So what ends up happening is you just get shot by cannons and then you die. And so you don't get upgrade center. Mind you, if your opponents get upgrade center, then you can get upgrade center. And wouldn't you know it, both players for Team Spec Fnatic are going upgrade center, so, well, they can get an upgrade center themselves. It's just weird to see because this is almost a blind pick, as I didn't see any indicators from Team Spec Fnatic that they were publicly revealed as Architect. And yet, Team Pro Aim is ostensibly making the assumption that they are Architect and went with the upgrade center themselves as the counter pick. Maybe I didn't notice. Maybe Team Spec Fnatic actually revealed that they built the upgrade center. I didn't notice if that was the case. But if that was the case and I didn't notice it, then great eyes for Team Pro Aim out of Mateo there. But otherwise, I'm just confused as to why they thought they were okay. Why they thought they were okay to get an upgrade center.
Mateo, aka Helicopter.
Yes, yes. Mateo, aka Helicopter. Again, why are you like this? The names, it's fine. We know who he is. But look at that, that's impressive. So everyone for Team Spec Fnatic has maximum levels of upgraded mines, with 6 mines in the lower fort, 5 mines in the upper fort, all upgraded to the max. Pro Aim, 6 mines in the lower fort, all upgraded. So this technically does lead to the condition where Spec Fnatic as a team has higher eco than Pro Aim. So if this match goes on indefinitely, Spec Fnatic will have more resources and therefore will end up slowly, like barring anything crazy going on, just for attritional reasons, the lead will go to Spec Fnatic. But it is already a good, okay, I was going to say it's like 45 plus seconds late to cannon clock timing, and no one's fired yet. There's a double howitzer.
And a cannon.
And a cannon follow-up. But yeah, Naomi for Team Spec Fnatic just eats double howitzer cannon and doesn't care. It doesn't even get to their internals, doesn't scratch anything that would be dangerous or important. Spec Fnatic is fine. And with those upgraded mines, they're able to reconstruct that and just pay for it. Pay for that repair bill. And unfortunately, for them, Mateo did the thing where he does the fire beam laser beam combo and breaks something, which is a very Mateo thing to do.
Oh, close on the shotgun.
Close, but not quite. Did Pro Aim not wait for the double shot? Looks like they didn't wait for the double shot. Well, that's unfortunate for them. Okay, so now we're in a condition where Spec Fnatic needs to build more weapons because they just don't have enough weapons. They've got 1 howitzer, 1 plasma beam. Pro Aim sitting on 2 fire beams, a plasma beam, a howitzer, and a cannon. And they are eagle-eyed, so they have increased firepower.
Ooh.
Beautiful
Take
door
that.
snipe. Wasn't even a door snipe. That fire beam just wasn't fully constructed or defended. I am interested to Okay, I was wondering. I was like, why are they dedicated so much to firing all those machine gunners? They're just trying to clear the AA out of Team Pro Aim so they can get the howitzer across. The double shot howitzer doesn't make... Oh, death from above.
That was a nice shot.
It was a very nice shot. I was just thinking about that. I was like, that howitzer is not safe from the cannon from above. And I was wondering if Team Pro Aim was going to attempt to make that shot. At that range, cannons are not precise enough to consistently make that hit, but given enough time, that was inevitable. I was wondering if Pro Aim was going to aim for that shot, and the answer is yes. And they nailed it first try. A little bit of RNG in whether or not they got it first try, but I think that was going to happen at some point, regardless of how long. He's gonna snipe that flak is so deep behind their base, it is gonna get sniped. And the cannon follow-up. And the second cannon follow-up.
Ooh, jeez.
That cuts so deep. Like, the howitzer, it does a lot of damage. It does a lot of splash damage. It breaks a lot of damages a lot of struts. And then everything else follows through quite quickly. I'm actually surprised to see Mateo here going with so many lasers rather than just wielding the double shot and getting more damage done. Ooh, saving their plasma. Not saving their plasma.
Not saving the plasma and hurting their core.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Naomi taking some splash damage from their own core as the fire beam penetrates, hitting the technology. That's going to be an expensive repair bill as the snipers, merciless, taking out every single exposed gunner for Team Spec Fanatiker. That's not the conditions you want to be living under. Howitzer makes it. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. You could see that happening.
Yeah. The moment that howitzer went down, there was not enough defenses there. Went clean through the wood. And with that, Naomi falls to a cannon shell, leaving Spec Fanatiker with only 2 howitzers. And not nearly enough AA to guarantee their safe passage. It looks like they're going to use machine guns of their own in order to try to suppress the ones Pro Aim. But that's a lot of machine gunners in Pro Aim, and those snipers are very active and very hostile.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, boy. Oh, it isn't enough. Mateo doesn't have enough energy to field all 4 laser shots, which is not a surprise given that it's 4 laser shots.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, you need so much eco for that. A 20 mil. I mean, I guess why not at this point? I mean, I can answer that question, but a 20 mil coming out of Pro Aim, dropping cannon shells from above.
Jeez.
That's a lot of damage.
Yep. Oh. 10% left.
Whew. Barely hanging on. That core manages to not explode, which is about the best they could hope for right now, I think.
It's thinking about exploding.
Oh, it's definitely thinking about it. I was gonna say, there's no way that howitzer. It's the same kind of situation as last time, where... Yeah, the howitzer made it across last time, and... Well, Team Duncan Merkel had a good experience with that. I suspect we won't be seeing that again, because the chances of that happening at all ever are incredibly rare. Incredibly slim chances. Let alone happening twice in this same series, back-to-back matches. I like how it's just recon by fire. They're just going to bypass the anti-air by letting the anti-air expend all of its munitions.
Yep.
It works. When you have so many howitzers, you can use howitzers as the screen for your other howitzers. Bensi down to 5% and dropping as splash damage after splash damage whittles away at their core. Look at the bases for Team Pro Aim.
2%.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Death by splash damage. Not destroying the defenses, just bypassing them entirely. There we have Team Pro Aim moving on to the next round.
Spec Fanatiker will get another chance.
Yes. Remember, this is a double elimination. When the teams are defeated, they lose 1 life, but they are not knocked out of the competition. At least, not yet. As here we have the defining moment here in this match. One player getting pummeled and destroyed. The howitzer round goes straight to the center, but not nearly enough armor around that core to keep themselves safe. Look at that. It breaks everything. All right. Looks like we're going to be doing the lower bracket semifinal next. We'll get to see some of these teams who have already played there. Get to redeem themselves. We'll see one team knocked out.
Let's see. Looking at this, I just want to confirm which battle we're going to do. Match 4 would be Pro Aim versus Donkey Marco.
We're doing the lower semifinal next. It's going to be Spec
Okay.
Fanatiker versus Eagle Die.
Okay.
And we're currently doing the picks and bans. So it looks like the first map has been banned as we move toward this next match. So we will have a moment before we actually get started here. Remember this.
42 put this spreadsheet together to give us a visualization of the pick and ban process, and this is working pretty good for now. And the idea is our good friend Aska is also making a interactive pick and ban system that we'll be using, and people will be able to use for their own tournaments as well. And it'll be configurable and stuff like that, which will be really cool. See us making more use of this very popular system in tournaments and stuff.
Yes, I was seeing I was looking at what Aska was like trying to put together. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I like because he's making it so that it's configurable for different tournaments needs and stuff. So
yes,
it's really good.
I have, again, big shout out to 42. Big shout out to Cronkinator. Like Cronkinator even now is in the lobby running things and putting them together.
Yep.
Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes keeping things running smoothly, so you guys, the viewers, can enjoy this content. So you guys, the competitors who I see you there in chat, that you guys can get these matches going and, well, have the good time we know you like, we know you enjoy.
Yeah, it's been really cool watching the Pro League establish itself. I've been watching your casts of it and watching these great, exciting games and reading the comments and the chats from all the viewers and stuff. And yeah, it's been really, really cool to see everybody's reaction. And we're constantly trying to improve everything regarding this, and it will only get better from here. Everything from, you know, the way we're organizing these things, the rules, the scheduling for the players, all the way up to the observer tools that you're using to present the cast. We are always now trying to improve those and make them look better, and give everybody the information in the clearest and nicest way. So this is only going to get better, but I think we're, despite a bumpy start, we've you know, I can sort of feel us hitting our stride as we you know, into these finals, and next season I think is going to be even better.
Oh yes, absolutely. And one of my favorite bits of this is actually getting to iterate over things. It's like every time we do a tournament, every time we do a competition, I always update the assets. I update something to make it better than the one before. Yep. And it shows over time.
It does. It does. Yeah, I really like what we've been seeing from your streams and stuff. And we do listen to what people say. So, you know, anytime you say a comment about if you like something or don't like something, we pay attention and take note. So
absolutely. And I know I, for one, I love reading comments. I very rarely actually reply, but they do get read and they are implemented if, you know, if they are reasonable and fit well with the fit well into the format. Oh no. I see chat popping off right now. Enjoying their banter with Nightblot.
Oh yeah. Getting into the commander bands now.
Architect already banned. Oh no. Honestly, Architect has been one of my favorite commanders. This game badly needs an oceanic scene. Oh no. The Hey Nose, want to talk about your development studio?
I could talk about that. Yeah.
Talk about Earthworks for a moment.
Yeah, I could talk about that. So Earthwork Games is effectively 3 core people. We have B-Man, Blammo, and myself, Nosehead. And we have a bunch of extra help, extra contractors that help us with things. We've got a couple of programmers. Scottle has been helping us out for quite a while with extra coding. We have a yet another coder who is responsible for the very hardcore stuff, like when we switch to 64-bit and stuff like that. And he's doing other very interesting, super hard programmery stuff. We have Rome on as our community manager, and 42 is now our official community admin. So it's nice to have him officially on the team. And we have a few other people actually going to be joining us to help us on the social media side of things, and on extra scripting help. So we're really sort of investing into ourselves, because Forts is still going strong, and we're much to our surprise and delight. And so yeah, we're actually just doubling down on Forts, and we are just going to keep on making content and updates and improvements, and just make it as good as we can, because it appears that people want more, and so we're going to just keep going until we run out of steam, so to speak. But yeah, so that's sort of the layout of Earthwork Games. And yeah, so lots of really interesting stuff coming up. Of course, we never really share our roadmap and with what's coming up, and that's because the roadmap is just constantly changing, because we're always constantly reprioritizing. So sharing that would just look chaotic. Yeah, we just have a lot of very interesting stuff coming up, which I'm looking forward to sharing with everybody.
That sounds amazing. I'd love to hear it, and I know the community loves to hear about anything you guys do as the devs. Like it's top tier stuff. Are you going to be joining for this lobby?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm spacing out talking about Earthwork Games.
All right, because it looks like
And
the picks and bans have been completed as we go into this first of the lower bracket matches. Everyone should be good to go.
great.
I love hearing about Earthwork Games and all the cool things you guys are doing.
Yeah, it's always interesting that this game started in B-Man's brain in 2003 and was just this huge, long, epic, and sporadic, and then sometimes consistent development schedule. And then to finally get launched in 2017. And it's still going here in 2023,
It just keeps
years later.
Good game is good.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's it. So shout out to B-Man for coming up with a good idea.
Well, you know what that means? It is time to start this match as we have Eagle Die versus Spec Fanatica. This is where things start to get...
What happened?
I think we might restart this one.
Yeah, I would say so.
Something has happened here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can't start a battle like that. I'm happy to just start.
Yeah.
Because nobody got anything done there, so it's...
That was like before, that was like loading screen level. Something happened.
Yep. That was just so quick, there would be no advantage.
I mean, there exists a world where they're checking the replays. Okay, yeah. There exists a world where someone did something silly, but I struggle to imagine what that would be in this context. I struggle to imagine what that would be in this context, because I can't think of any strategy that involves trying to move the core this early in or some similar.
Fireworks sold his store by accident.
Ah. Yeah, that might be... That might be a... that might just be a defeat. I don't... Have we ever seen that before?
No, we haven't, which is why we're sort of dumbfounded at the moment.
I've never... That is such a... Like, that is an unforced error that's just pressing a button to destroy yourself. That's an error. That's an unforced error we've not seen. That's a tough one. From the competition's sake, I think we have to give it. I think we do have to give it to Team Spec Fanatiker, because that is literally just an error. But
yeah, I mean, we've seen it in sports games where, you know, soccer goalie was looking the wrong way and a ball goes in over his head, you know. So I suppose
like this is not even 2 seconds into the match.
Yeah, I know. It was so
like
quick.
there's not even a match to play. Like, it makes me want to have them play through it and ignore the entire thing, if only because there is a match. Because then there is a match to play. But that is definitely not... Like, oh, man.
One moment, please.
Okay, so we will discuss behind.
Yeah, but let's see here. Restart, but I don't know. Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like, we are really trying to take this league seriously.
Yeah.
Right? And this might be one of these cases where we might have to put the casualness aside and make the harsh decision here and go, look, if you make a mistake, that's... Nobody else is making a mistake there.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yep.
Like I genuinely have just I'd never considered the idea that any of these players could self-detonate within the first 6 seconds. It was 6 seconds in, I think.
Yeah, I hate to make this call, but I feel like, yeah, that's a mistake while on live on air, and you can't take that back.
Yeah.
So
Like
that's a loss to me. Unfortunately, I don't want to say that, but I think I think that's what it is. So let's just make that call.
All right. It looks like we're gonna restart it, but a 1v2.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Shall we? Is it a big deal to restore?
No.
Okay, so we'll just continue.
Yeah, I don't think it was the event occurred 6 seconds. I don't think it really matters one way or another. Restarting from replay can work.
Yeah, right, we could just restart. Let's just. I mean, we could. Sorry. I guess we'll. Well, Kronk is restoring it, so we'll just let him do that, and we'll jump into that and. Yep. Okay, well, that's interesting to have that happen. Now we know what happens when that happens.
Yeah.
Don't sell your door.
Well, we knew that. That was just so far. It was so very well known that no one had done it before.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
The risk of failure is always there, as Rome says.
Oh my god.
Yeah, interesting.
In terms of technical reasons.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Almost there.
Almost there, yeah.
Almost there. We're just trying to make the best choice we can at this point with how we restart this.
So there is the question of, I mean, I guess this, if this happens again in the future, just let it go. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a loss. If you mess up,
It will result in a loss, like almost
Yeah.
inevitably, but
yeah, yeah, because there's a lot at stake here, you know.
yeah.
And our previous tournaments were a little more casual. We'd possibly let it go, but you know, yeah, we have to take this seriously. There's a lot of time and effort and all the stats and stuff, and it's like, yeah, painful to say, but I think that's true.
Yes. Okay, so Kronk will be back in a moment, and then we'll jump into the replay. Or rather, restore from replay. All right, so we'll be restoring from the game state. So we'll be jumping right back into the same match. No, is jump back into the lobby. We'll be jumping right back into the same match in the same conditions.
Okay, 1 second.
And it's just real unfortunate for Eagle Die because this is a double elimination, meaning that, and this is the lower bracket. So both of these teams have lost 1 life. The team which loses this match is knocked out of the competition.
Yep.
And it's looking like Team Eagle Dies at an egregious disadvantage here. But hey, you know, it was a disadvantage created by their own team, so they're going to be playing through with it. So without further ado, let's jump right back into this match, right where we left off.
Okay, there we go.
Here we go, as here we have. Starting off right at the beginning, it is Spec Fanatiker versus Eagle Die. But you may notice that there's something strange, something weird. Team Eagle Die is missing a player. Firework has already defeated themselves in a unique fashion. During loading screen levels of game start, managed to destroy their own base, which is... We've never seen that, but we've literally not seen that before, to the point where we didn't have any rules, regulations, or solutions to what happens if somebody destroys themselves at that stage of the game. So we've just let the match carry on, where the final remaining player, Alex here, will be forced to play in a 1v2 against their opponents, Team Spec Fanatiker. Spec Fanatiker, playing as the Eagle Eye Commander, are looking to go with heavy weapons. They're working their way up that direction. I'm surprised to see Spec Fanatiker still working toward an upgrade center here, but you know what? Whatever makes them happy. There's no wrong answer, given that it's in a 1v2. It's just... it is what it is. Oh Lord. Remember, this is the elimination match, the lower bracket in this double elimination format. So the team which loses this match is knocked out of the competition forever. And well, Spec Fanaticers looking like they've got themselves a pretty substantial advantage here. Spec Fanaticer going with multiple miss rockets. Going with multiple rockets. Yeah. Oh boy. I'm kind of surprised to see them going with the rocket rush here. I mean, I guess you can get away with it reliably. Rocket Rush is not known for their success in 2v2s, but given that this isn't quite a 2v2 anymore, we could see some game-ending amounts of damage coming at a Spec Fanaticer pretty quickly here. Remember that rockets are incredibly high damage output. Generally speaking, getting hit by 3 rockets is enough to death spiral a player. It just costs that much to get out of it. It costs that much to repair. And, well, Spec Fanaticers most of the way there, and they also have a howitzer under construction. So now Team Eagle Die, or rather just Alex, is trying to survive. And, oh, we actually do see those explosive machine gun rounds. That's something we haven't seen in quite some time. Dealing some extra bit of damage along the way. You'd love to see it. As more rockets fly across the field. Alex selling off his metal so that they can replace it with wood in an effort to stave off defeat just a little while longer. Alex did manage to place down a heavy laser, so they aren't quite out of the game entirely, but there's not really much else they can do. The heavy laser chosen specifically because it's a little bit cheaper, easier to fire, easier to defend, better at door sniping. It's going to be the classic comeback weapon. It's known as for door sniping for a reason. Oh gosh, as the rockets come flying in. Spec Fanaticer 3/4 of the way completed with their first of 2 howitzers. Good God. So things are about to get real heavy for Team Eagle Die. Spec Fanaticer starts charging up the double shot howitzer. It's there's a game-ending amount of firepower on the field, and Eagle Die does not have the ability to take it. They're going to attempt to rely on their AA to keep these howitzers away, but we're not even sure if Eagle Die knows that there are howitzers on the way. Like, yes, Eagle Die has anti-air. That's mostly to deal with the rockets, which have been sold off at this point. The rockets are being sold off that they can be replaced with lasers. You see even that EMP getting sold off after firing one last time, as that position will be reconstructed to fit some heavier weaponry. As here comes the first howitzer. And the follow-up howitzer.
Yep.
That's it. There we have it. One player for Spec Fanaticer goes early game aggression, delays and locks down their opponent, the rockets. The other one goes howitzers to end it all. And just like that, Team Spec Fanaticer moves on and Eagle Die is knocked out of this competition. Well done, Team Spec Fanaticer.
Yep. Not quite the circumstances that we would like it to be, but, you know, sometimes you gotta
You know,
make these choices, you know?
yeah, things went as they went, and that just is what it is.
Yeah.
Shout out to Firework, making things exciting and different in a very unique way.
Yep.
And shout out to Alex for sticking it out and giving us that match despite the limitations, to say the least. So here we get to see what it looks like to get slammed by double howitzer. Kaboom. That's a lot of damage. Oh, jeez. Alright then. The next match will be Pro Aim versus Dank and Marco.
Cool. Okay, just making sure everything is configured here. Yeah, so I guess we must be going into pick and ban, right?
That is correct. I do like the picks and bans. As much as it's time consuming, I think it adds a bit of variety that
It does. It does. And there's a real strategy to it, you know, and it all starts with a coin toss and goes from there. And it's, and then, banning maps, banning commanders, and then choosing commanders for each of the battles. And yeah, there's a lot of, you're watching what your opponent is banning and choosing, and you're reacting, trying to think of what strategy they're going to do during the battle.
yes, and I especially like the dread, the fear when you see that someone has selected Phantom. It's like, oh god, no.
Yeah, what are they gonna do?
Now we gotta deal with this.
I think if you're ready, it looks like they are.
Are they ready so far? Yes. As we are off to the next round. As here we have, on the left-hand side, it is Team Danke Merkel. Playing as the Pinchfist commander, we get to see all that beautiful rushing. Pinchfist commander most known for its anemic bases and selling off of everything important or otherwise in exchange for bonus economy. They'll be playing against Team Pro Aim. Pro Aim undefeated so far, as they are in the upper bracket, as this is an upper bracket match, playing as the Spook Commander. Spook Commander, kind of middle of the road, nothing terribly exciting, specializes in information observation, specializes in scouting, and a little bit of resource acquisition, taken straight out of the pockets of their opponents. A fairly popular commander, mostly for the resource stealing side of things. It lets them take resources from their opponents, which is just straight value. It does damage every time they press their commander ability button. Just because it steals resources, like, it's good. You can't go wrong with it. Now, both of these teams will be going for a fairly standard set of weapons, despite doing so in different methods. Whereas Team Pro Aim with the Spook Commander doesn't have anything that boosts build speed, doesn't have anything that changes the build orders away from the standard manner of generally going to heavy weapons and maybe picking up some medium weapons along the way, some of the harassment weapons along the way. Whereas Danke Merkel is absolutely going straight for heavy weapons in the same manner, but does so at a faster rate, just because they have a faster start. So we'll see who comes out on top at the end of this one. Looks like both teams going for pretty much the same build order so far. The exception being that Mateo in the lower forts for Team Pro Aim is going with an upgrade center, which this is not the first time they've done this, and it's not the first time they've done this, and they're doing it against Pinch Fist, which is like the commander to punish you for going for upgrade center. And given that they just got that upgrade, Danke Merkel is now aware that at least one player in Team Pro Aim has an upgrade center. So either they're expecting to get hit by something early game like mortars or rockets, or more likely they know that they're upgrading their mines and are sitting there thinking, yes! They're upgrading their eco and we're about to pummel them. As, look at this, their heavy laser's already 1/3 of the way completed, and their only Pro Aim is now just completing the upgraded mine. So that's not going to pay off for some time, as Pro Aim's lower player, Mateo, hasn't even started construction of their heavy weapons yet. Danke Merkel has halfway completed. But man, Pro Aim has so much money. If only, if only. Good lord. Okay, so now we have the fire beams and the first weapons coming online for Team Danke Merkel. As double howitzer out of Embrulo. Embrulo, I realize that you won your 1v2 off the back of double howitzer, but man, that's a decision right there.
That's a very explosive area.
Yes, it is. Like, sure, Pro Aim only has one fire beam, one plasma on the team, and is not even begun constructing the next set of weapons, but...
Oof.
Oh, wow, that almost went all the way to the core. Like, the fire beam penetrated deep and is dealing damage to that technology, which is going to be... Oh, it's a 3rd damage, which is a nasty repair bill. Immediately, MCC hits 0 metal. Oh god, that's just painful. But hey, look at this. Danke Merkel's got a howitzer and a fire beam ready to go. Well, this can't end well for them. By them, I mean their opponents. Let's see when Danke Merkel actually fires these suckers. Embrulo can fire the first howitzer. Given Embrulo will probably not until they have both howitzers available. It's I don't know that I would agree with this decision, given that they can just kind of fire. They're playing pinch fist. Don't let your opponents have the time they need to get set up. Just pummel them because you hit 30 seconds faster. And then fire a second time while you wait for the reload to come out. While you're at the reload. But yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's just...
Yep.
Wow.
Saw that one coming a mile away.
Yep.
Beautiful aim. Perfect coordination. Team Danke Merkel fires 2 howitzers to the foundation of MCC. Follows through with the fire beam plasma beam combo to cut all the way through and flatten them.
That was clinical.
Yeah, no, that was textbook. That's as clean as it gets. Very well done. Clean execution. I would have liked to have seen, and this is just a difference in my... This is just how my brain works. I would like to have seen Embrulo fire the howitzer once beforehand while waiting for the second howitzer to complete. That way they could at least get some damage on the field. But yeah, no, that was the combo they were looking for, the double howitzer plasma. They nailed it and they got it perfectly. That's as clean as it gets. And like, this is...
Yeah, wow.
Uncontested victory.
Yeah.
Dominant performance. Well done to Danke Merkel.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Very well done to Danke Merkel. Danke Merkel taking victory in this one, moving on to the finals. Undefeated so far. Yeah, that was clean. I liked that. I liked that a lot. And if you guys want to see, or if you guys missed it because of how fast that was, take a look right now as we're jumping straight into this replay to see the moment where Danke Merkel solidified their victory. With howitzer after howitzer pummeling clean through any and all D. Look how thick, look how big a hole that is. Like, howitzers deal so much damage despite having overlapping armor and wood in there. Despite filling the gap almost immediately, it still punches all the way through. The base is thick enough that it ate 2 howitzers without breaking and still held. But 2 howitzers and a laser beam? It's not enough. Devastating damage.
Very well played. I love watching high skill, well organized teams.
Oh yeah,
Very,
that was,
you know, teammates that are in sync.
That's what I like most about the Forts Pro League. I mean, the Forts Amateur League to a similar degree. It's just good games. It's very good games. It's so incredibly satisfying to watch such perfectly engineered destruction. It is so very well done, so clean, so precise, and so satisfying to see such substantially large bases crumble under the weights of insurmountable firepower. Base after base, cannon shell after cannon shell. It just doesn't stop, and it explodes in all the right ways. Relentless. Another fort razed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the upper bracket final, as we have one player moving on to the grand final so far, one team. Danke Merkel will have to defend their title, defeat the lower bracket team to take victory in the Forts Pro League.
And they're just going through the pick and bans now.
Indeed. Is the lower bracket final coming up next.
Here's a question for you, Incursus. What's your take on high seas in either Pro League or... Well, actually, before I go that far, do you see high seas as competitive?
I don't see why it can't be. I think the reason why players tend to not like it in the competitive scene is partly because of the complexity of it. There's just a lot going on, and it can feel quite inconsistent at times. Something as simple as, oh no, my boat rocked while I was firing a
laser or fire beam.
Even not even that. Like, lasers and fire beams are generally not used because of the movement of the fort, because it does the whole damage reduction thing. But let's say I'm trying to send out an aircraft, like the Thunderbird, for example, and it just collides with the door because the fort was moving any amount. It becomes a measure of inconsistent that's just not terribly fun to deal with. There's also a measure of balance, especially when you start doing things like getting weapons which are designed to sit on boat forts, but instead are being placed on standard forts. It changes the meta in a way that makes it a bit stale. So yes, competitive is fine. Like, I don't see anything wrong with competitive. It's just less interesting than the wide variety of options that we get here. Now,
that's interesting.
I will say that I would like to see some high seas, if only because we very rarely see high seas at the in competitive tournaments. Just to change things up, you know. While the current meta isn't quite stale, there's no reason not to have more thrown in there. But I would expect the players to want to play Moonshot more than high seas for these longer series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the kind of thing where, you know, we've been refining the balance in the base game and Moonshot because of it's used in ranked and our tournaments. And if we used high seas more, it would then also get more refinement and balance.
Yeah.
I mean? So
Yes.
I think, it's something that we're considering, going forward. But I feel that there are some things that need to be tweaked first, and that's the thing that we're sort of looking for opinions on and feedback. So
Yes. And yeah, I think it's completely doable. It's just, in the current state of things, the balance of Moonshot has been, as you say, refined. And it's refined to a point where these strategies are wide and diverse, and it's genuinely fun to play against all the different strategies and try to do all the scouting to figure out what is going where, why, and how. There's like a whole chess match going on, and a lot of that refinement just doesn't exist in high seas at this point in time. So it's less interesting from a competitive standpoint. But it is certainly an interesting game. It is certainly, like, the content there is good. And I would like to, personally, I would like to see it. I know a lot of the other players do thoroughly enjoy playing it. It's like, but we could have boat instead or whatnot. Like, it's fun. It's just when you're trying to play a chess match over the course of 5 matches, it gets a little repetitive when you can only do 2 things. Yeah. At least 2 things and still realistically expect to win. It's a little bit different.
It is a bit different. Yeah, I think it's an interesting it'll be an interesting discussion to have with everybody involved.
Yes. Yeah. No, I would like to see high seas, like a proper high seas competition, if only for exactly the reasons that you were saying, to get the experience out there, to try it, to get something different, and to see what should be changed. Like, what is it? One of the on actually the screen I have up now, one of the scenes that comes up is the battleships version on high seas.
Mm-hmm.
And we see that while the ship is floating, just floating there, it actually, one of the Thunderbirds that it fires collides with the door that it's launching out of. Like, it's shooting like 6 or 7 of them in a row because it's battleships and they can do that.
Yep.
And the last one just decides that it's just gonna crash into its own runway while it's launching. That's the kind of thing that's the kind of jank that is not well received across the player base as a whole, especially when there's a competitive like badge on the line.
This is true. And I mean, I think it was in the FAL playoffs we saw it, the howitzer impact its own door a couple
like
times.
2 or 3 times in a row, which was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a bit ridiculous. It's a little less RNG in Moonshot, and maybe, you know, that's the thing to kind of, those are the kind of things to look at refining.
Yeah,
you know, because that's really the RNG aspect is the thing that seems to get looked down upon, isn't it?
It's RNG. It's RNG is one thing. It's not terribly exciting in a lot of cases, especially when you're trying to do something consistent. Like, if I'm looking to use a tool and that tool just has a chance of not working, it's just less fun. But when it's workable with the understanding that there is RNG implicit in it. Like, if I'm playing poker's a perfectly fun game. There's a lot of, for all intents and purposes, there's RNG all over the place. But every time I'm interacting with it, it's consensual. I know there's RNG happening, and I'm trying to work around that RNG. With a lot of things like, I'm going to say nukes, for example. It's implicit and a side effect. It only exists under conditions where the opponent has specific kinds of anti-air. Otherwise, it really isn't much in the way of RNG. It's just something that may or may not work on its own volition. Same kind of thing with rockets. Like, we see rockets that hit their own doors. I can have a perfectly stable fort that's perfectly fine, and the rocket just sometimes decides that it's going to hit the door because that's just how that goes. There's no RNG implicit there. I'm not trying to roll dice there. I'm doing everything I can to prevent rolling dice, and yet it still happens. And that is the kind of RNG. It's not even proper RNG. That's the kind of randomness that players generally do not enjoy. That's the kind of thing that we see happen more whenever there's forts moving. For example, when we were doing the flying forts, the fort ships competition.
Yeah.
Rockets are categorically not used for exactly that reason.
Yep.
It just becomes a disaster.
Yep. Oh, and here we go. We're moving on.
Indeed we are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next match, where here we have, on the left-hand side, it is Team Spec Fanatica. Playing as Chaos herself, the Phantom Commander. You know what that means? That's a trick question. You don't know what that means. No one does, because it's the Phantom Commander.
Cheese.
It could be anything.
Impending cheese.
Impending cheese is the closest you can get to an answer to that question. It's cheese is on the table in all the great ways. And Team Pro Aim, they're gonna have to deal with it. They're playing a command that's much more vanilla, much more mundane. Pro Aim are playing Warthogs. They're looking to go heavy weapons and looking to smash and crash. in a very typical, tried and true to average way. They're going to work their way slowly, probably not in a rush, but slowly up to heavy weapons. And once they get there, they will deal unrivaled damage with their commander ability empowered heavy weapons. Probably cannons, because why wouldn't you? But Team Spec Fanaticers, they're not having any of this. They've already got double upgrade center down. They're not revealing that they're upgrade center. They've got double armory, so they can go quad rockets, which will probably be. I'm gonna make a bet on 4 rocket launchers, 2 shotguns, 2 snipers, maybe a fog launcher, a smoke launcher. I see 4 EMPs. I see 6 EMPs? Oh no. It's worse than I thought. Oh god, it's gonna be devastating. Well, this is happening. Spec Fanaticers getting cheesy with 6 EMPs. At least 4 of those are going to be rockets, which is generally not a fun experience for anyone involved. That's not true. It's fun specifically for Spec Fanatiker, not fun for Pro Aim. It's worth noting here that Spec Fanatiker has constructed fake mines. These are not real mines. They don't produce income. They just look like real mines. So Pro Aim will scout over to Spec Fanatiker and see, oh, you have 5 mines. You're not doing anything cheesy. Oh, look, you have an anemic base. You're probably rushing technology. Yeah, that's what's going on here. This is technology rushing. They're not technology rushing. They've gone up to 6. They've gone up to 6 rockets. It's 6 rockets. This is, oh my god. This isn't just cheese. This is death. They're moving their rockets forward. There's no warning. Pro Aim is going to be completely blindsided. A single MG.
Yep, focus firing.
Focus firing onto Mateo. That's catastrophic damage. Mateo hits 0 metal income. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you get hit by 3 rockets, you need your teammate to save you. You cannot rebuild. Yep. That's just way too much damage. Mateo's gotten hit by 6 and counting.
Okay, teammates coming in.
Coming in clutch. Almost completely shutting down every rocket in those volleys. But of course, here come out the double sniper taking out the machine gunners. So now the rockets are going to fly mostly free again.
Oh, they're going to go after them now.
Yep.
Oh, now
it's like, oh no.
Oh, that's it. Wow. Okay, that was unexpected.
MCC tried to defend his teammate. Just takes a bullet for them. Full on Mr. President. Now Mateo, with their single howitzer in construction, is looking to live any amount of time, which is very unlikely. Now with the token smoke launcher on the field, it's going to help with the whole preventing your opponent from rebuilding thing.
That was, I gotta say, that was satisfyingly cheesy.
Yes, it is.
What can I say?
That's why we like Phantom. Oh jeez. Yeah, no, that's why we like Phantom. It's one of those strategies it's not a good strategy. It just works.
Counter.
Oh, if that had been slightly higher, if that had aimed any higher, that may have just removed the core entirely. Which, to be fair, would have brought Mateo back in this match. Not only brought him back in the match, but actually left him potentially in the lead.
Yep.
God, there's so many rockets.
Smoke's going to be a pain here.
It is. Mateo needs to fire his out. Okay, well, there goes the mines. He might death spiral here. is the rockets. He has to fire them right now or he loses. Because he can't rebuild those rockets. Like, he needs to fire the howitzer before reconnecting to his mines kind of deal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, they tried.
It's not enough. It didn't break him. That was close. He almost got it. The rockets are going to finish him. Oh, the rockets missed the core?
Missed.
Oh, and the shotgun didn't break it either. Oh, no.
And, you know, we have seen this this play with Phantom not succeed.
Yeah.
I think mainly because it didn't, they didn't focus fire at the time, and because it's when they focus with that many rockets that is just, you can't bounce back from that.
Yeah, no, it's devastating. Like the Phantom Commander is incredibly devastating. It's just, it has its moments, and those moments are in the early game, before things get too messy. And this is what that looks like when done cleanly. Yeah. That's, that was well done. Very well done. Oh, jeez. Well done, team. Well done, Finn and Umbrella. Danke Merkel coming in with the Phantom. That was clean. Clean and filthy in all the right ways. Alright then, we'll get to go into the next match as we go into the Grand Finals.
Very exciting.
Danke Miracle versus Spec Fanatica.
Yep, and it's best of 3 now.
Yes. So this function, the way this is set up, it is still double elimination. However, each life now in order to take a life, requires you to win a best of 3. So we will have a best of 3, the winner of which will not lose a life. Now, because Team Pro Aim from the upper bracket has 2 lives left, they have an extra life. Pro Aim can... I'm sorry, not Pro Aim.
It's not Pro Aim. I think it's Danke Merkel.
Danke Merkel and Spec Fanatica.
Spec Fanatica.
Where did you get Pro Aim from? Danke Merkel has not lost a life yet, so they will have to lose 2 best of 3s. Whereas Spec Fanatica, well, if they lose either best of 3, they are knocked out. So we may be in here for a long one where we can get up to 6 matches. Or will we see a dominant performance from Danke Merkel? And so far, Danke Merkel has had an exceptionally domineering condition performance.
They have. And the pick and bans are underway. Interesting to see certain maps always get banned.
No one likes to play Abyss.
Yeah, tough map.
It is. Like, I appreciate its existence. It is truly a competitive, capable map. It's just weird enough that no one likes to play it.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. I appreciate its existence. It definitely lends towards strange and wild strategies.
Yeah.
Like that is one of the things I like about forts. There's so much wildness, there's so much craziness that can go on. Abyss adds to it in all the good ways. It just leads to these strange situations where everyone's like, how do I deal with this? Can I not deal with this? They look at their friend and they're like, how about we just agree both to not deal with this and just forget it? that's what happens with Abyss. It's that same with a couple other maps as well. But God, I remember Catacombs had a similar effect.
Yeah.
Still one of my favorite maps.
All right, when are we going to see a grand final in Boxed In?
Oh God, not again. Once was enough. No, it's I am interested to see there aren't any crazy maps in this lineup, which is by design because it is the Forts Pro League. But I do enjoy when we get to go wild with it, like the last map making competition, which was rather tame, also by design.
Yeah.
But it had some incredibly creative maps in there. And we're talking, if you remember, one of my favorites, aside from the Flying Forts facsimile map, which was aesthetically my favorite, but the what is it called? It was Ksap's map who did the whirlpool in the middle, where there was an actual giant whirlpool that sucked in all the boats as the game went on. That one is amazing.
It is, and with the crazy loud storm sounds and this sort of constant impending doom. And the goofy physics of using your 20s to push your ship back out
it's like flying forts all over again.
it's truly ridiculous.
Not a competitive map, but very fun.
Yeah, maybe we should just have a map making competition that's just like not about making a competitive map, but making just the most ridiculously unusual map. I'm sure we get some good ones.
I'm sure
some good ones. The one in the clouds is neat, just visually.
Yeah, I like the clouds one. I appreciate the extra verticality, all the extra things you can do with it. I've noticed on that one, actually playing the map, it has an issue where your mines get sniped from below and you physically can't build defenses down there because of the build exclusion zone.
Yeah,
which is really rather unfortunate, but other than that, it's I thematically love the map.
Could always do a feature request with the author.
Yeah, they hang out in chat all the time, so like I've mentioned it a few times. But it's like, I don't care, fix it, streamer mad, fix it. No. It's a good time. I enjoy all of these things. There's so much variety. It's so nice.
There is. There was that one that has like you build up points or whatever, and then you can call in an airstrike.
Yes.
Remember that one? That one was an interesting one. I like it when people add completely new mechanics. You know,
the airstrikes were so powerful, though.
Yes. Yeah, that's the one thing about those maps is they're difficult to balance. Yeah.
Difficult to balance is the right phrasing. That's why they're not in the competitive, but
no,
I appreciate their existence and they still get played. I think they get played a lot more than a lot of the more competitive maps too, because they're just more interesting to the average player. As much as myself and most of the players, most of the gamers that join the streams, that join these matches, we tend to gravitate more toward the strategy and the competitive side of things. A vast majority of the player base, certainly just out in the wilds when you get a match here or there, a vast majority of them are just more interested in enjoying the more fun, the more zany elements of Forts, and that's something where Forts shines more than most games, like on the market, period. Just the creativity and all the different directions you can go.
Yep. And we could do, special unique tournaments that aren't part of the competitive league. And you know what I mean? Have a tournament that's using some of these popular maps, just for the fun of it, to watch good players play on them, give some feedback to the map authors to fix any of the, janky bits that cause just unnecessary unfairness, And I think that'd be kind of fun to do in the future. Because I like that we have this really serious pro league, with, hardcore rules and tough decisions like we've had today. But like you say, that scratches one itch. But having fun is another thing that's nice to watch. So and fun to comment on when you get crazy events happening. So this will be something we'll do in the future.
Build a race when. Now I'm thinking like, okay, we could do a build race. What is the map? I forget. It's a vanilla map. It's old, like it was from game launch. It still exists. It's the one where there's a giant explosive payload above your fort.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
There's could be like a race.
A race to that, yep.
To get to the other side and claim the explosive container yourself. And the player who gets there first wins. No weapons allowed. It's just straight up a race.
Yeah. Yep.
You have to go clear across the entire map from your side to the opponent's side and then straight up all the way to the ceiling. Like build height. Which is quite difficult to do. Especially
I think it would require Benny Hill music playing in the background, right? While they're doing
my god, there'd be so much collapsing. The picks and bans are completed.
Yep.
Phantom is still an option.
Yeah.
Looks like otherwise fairly standard. Architect and Pinch Fist banned. Some of the popular ones are down and out. But it looks like we are good to go into the first match of the finals.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Forts Pro League. As here we have on the left side, it is Team Danke Merkel. Playing as the Seep commander, they're going to be setting themselves up with some rockets and, knowing them, likely some laser fire to support. They'll be looking to defeat their opponents, who are going for kind of the opposite strategy. Spec Fanatiker are playing as the Armadillo commander. Armadillo, more of an economy commander. It doesn't have bonuses toward economy, however, its bonuses in defense allow it to sustain itself long enough or more cost effectively, such that an economic heavy playstyle becomes readily available. So when we see Armadillo on the field, we could expect things like the upgrade center, additional mines, and such. Curious to see if they go with that, or if they just attempt to go straight for a heavy weapons rush, utilizing the Armadillo benefits to have a slightly stronger foundation than they would normally have. It would normally be available to them. But yes, Danke Merkel, unsurprisingly, going full reveal, playing with an open hand. The swarm missile launchers are out there and exposed with an upgrade center right next to them. Spec Fanatiker does see this and are building themselves some trenches for anti-air so they can deal with the nukes as they come. It looks like Spec Fanatic is not going with the upgrade centers, as they haven't placed the upgrade centers yet. So we're looking to see cannon and looking to see cannon. There it is. There's the cannon production facility out of Derbensi. Naomi going with the laser production facility. So they're going with mixed munitions. Now, mind you, Spec Fanatica with their double heavy weapons play will end up with more firepower than Danke Merkel. However, Danke Merkel's hits a little harder in the Alpha Strike and comes out a little quicker. So Danke Merkel will have advantage in the early game.
Yep.
Spec Fanatica will slowly gain advantage as time goes on. So we're talking 6 minutes plus. Spec Fanatica will naturally start to take game advantage. But before then, Danke Merkel has the run of the mill, has the run of everything. Danke Merkel did, of course, just fire some swarm missiles to try to deal as much damage as I can, just in one volley. Swarm missiles deal with exposed turbines, and Spec Fanatica's turbines aren't quite exposed, but they're also not well defended. They are somewhat vulnerable. Danke Merkel's first heavy laser is under construction, whereas Spec Fanatica doesn't yet have their technology complete. It's just they went for a heavier eco start, delayed their technology by a few seconds, and it's showing here. But Spec Fanatica, Naomi specifically, will be getting a heavy laser in a few seconds. It'll be behind, but not by much. Whereas Danke Merkel's nuke is halfway complete. This means that once that nuke finishes, well, Team Spec Fanatica is going to be in a world of hurt. But they know this. They're getting this all set up. There's 2 sources. They definitely need more AA. They only have 2 sources of flak right now, which is not enough to deal with the nuke. And now is about the time when Spec Fanatica should be panicking, because it's past 4 minutes. 4 minutes 30 seconds is the time you're looking to deal with that nuke. And they're adding extra flak. Oh god. Naomi, you need AA. I understand Derbensi is... He's got a couple flak. He's gonna need your help. Uh-oh. Finn is ready to fire those nukes. It's just a matter of whether or not they wait to have the fire beam ready to go. I suspect they will, especially knowing these 2 players. The Germans are so passive. They wait for the perfect time to alpha strike everything, which means that they're going to be delaying their nuke launch by a good 30 seconds, going on 45 seconds, so they can have the fire beam and laser combo to follow up. There's no reason you can't do both at this time. It only takes about 30 seconds to reload. So you can fire and then reload and fire again. But yeah,
fire beam as defense. Oh, drunk.
Great damage. Ooh. With the laser slicing off the rest of that. Massive alpha strike out of Team Danke Merkel, but not enough to end the game, nor enough to deal critical damage. Spec Fanatic are still suffering a lack of AA. If you notice that almost everything from there made it across. Yeah, Naomi just doesn't have the AA to properly defend themselves, relying entirely on Derbensi in the lower fort, but the lower fort is getting completely locked down by the fire beams from Danke Merkel. So with that, Naomi's just getting kind of pummeled here. Losing all of their turbines, taking hefty chunks of damage. Not game-ending damage just yet. Derbensi with the AA has managed to keep Naomi alive. It's just pain, and a lot of pain. So it's enough, it's just painful. Very painful. Now, how is this going to be handled? It looks like Danke Merkel took some substantial deformation here.
Yeah, he did.
Looks like they want to fix it. Looks like they're not going to fix it. Okay, well, that's a decision. That's going to leave Danke Merkel's lasers here with a rather unpleasant firing arc. And there we go.
Oh.
Well, that's awkward.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Cascading explosions. Naomi down to 32%. So there was a lot going on there.
Yeah.
First off, the EMP collided with the swarm missile midair, causing half of the swarm missile volley to return from whence it came, which is unpleasant, but no serious damage is dealt there. Nuke managed to sneak inside Spec Fanatic Naomi's base and detonate on the inside and the underside of their primary weapons platform, causing incredible amounts of damage and causing the platform to collapse into the foundation of Naomi, causing secondary explosions. As now we have the nuke going face first into Durbency.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is... So usually this would be the point in time when Spec Fanatiker starts making a comeback. I suspect...
Oh, what a shot.
Oh... I stopped
so
talking
close.
for a moment just in case. I didn't want to jinx it while the shot was in the air. But that was incredibly close. If that was a Warthog in power, this would have been over.
Yeah.
But alas, Spec Fanatiker wielding Armadillo successfully to keep Naomi alive, which is probably the better option anyways. We'll see if the next shot... Nope! Shotgun!
No. Yeah.
Shotgun is
Denied.
officially on the field. That one shotgun can shut down one howitzer indefinitely. Quite literally, not just indefinitely, but infinitely. For so long as the player is sitting there paying attention and can be quick with the reflexes, which we could expect these players to fairly reliably do. Question is, how will Spec Fanatiker react to this? Tries to go for the door snipe. Doesn't quite get it, but it was close. It was very close. Oh, jeez. Flak taking vengeance upon the sniper. But just like that, Duncan Merkel now has double nukes, which is going to be painful for Spec Fanatiker. Finn has the ability to launch both nukes right now, so I suspect they're going to do that in a moment. I say that, but they just lost their sniper again, so they can't actually launch right now. Team Spec Fanatiker does actually have more AA. Oh, another hit. Not much damage. It's a pretty expensive repairable, but not that big a deal. Alright, I think Duncan Merkel is about to fire that. Yeah, there we go. And fire beam.
Double nuke.
Both nukes shut down, but due to the seep ability, those nukes will split into swarm missiles, letting them deal some damage regardless, taking out a few exposed things, dealing damage across the base, but nothing of critical import. Naomi finally reconstructing their weapons, about 2/3 of the way complete with a fire beam, but at least Naomi now has AA, which will keep themselves alive for a bit longer. Howitzer taken out by the shotgun once again. Looks like Finn needs to take a moment here to get their turbines upgraded again. Or get their turbines increased. Every time Finn opens that sniper to fire those missiles, or even snipe something, it gets counter-sniped. It's pretty rough. There goes another wave of nuke. Fire beam keeping things... Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Nukes are strong.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to be getting hit by those at all. Well done. Duncan Merkel using multiple forms of anti-air, suppressing the AA with both smoke and the fire beams. Both nukes make it across the field just barely, but take out Durbency in the process. So many
Wow,
fire
another two.
beams. Two more nukes land.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is not a world you want to be in if you're Naomi. If you're Spec Fanatiker, this is not what you want your base to look like. Oh no.
There we go, yeah.
And there it is. Round 1 goes to Team Dyke and Merkel.
Well played.
Very, very well played. Well, so with Dyke and Merkel taking round 1, remember this is a best of 3, so Dyke and Merkel will have to win one more before they take a life off of Team Spec Fanatiker. The question is, will Spec Fanatiker be able to defend themselves here and take a life off of Dyke and Merkel first? As here we have a shot, that glorious moment where the nukes come flying through, duck dodging and diving through all of that AA, wiping out the lower forts for Spec Fanatiker. Well done. But the moment I want to see here is the moment when that nuke went deep into Naomi's base and struck from below. Which happens, I believe, right here. Look at that. Yeah, underneath the shield, striking from below. That's real unfortunate. Incredibly effective. As it looks like we're ready to go into the next round.
Yep.
Dyke and Merkel versus Spec Fanatiker. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Remember, this is double elimination best of 3. So the loser of this best of 3 will lose 1 life. Now, given that this is the finals, the grand finals of the Forts Pro League, one of these teams has an extra life. Specifically, it's Dyke and Merkel. Dyke and Merkel here on the right-hand side. If they are defeated in this best of 3, they will lose a life, and Team Spec Fanatiker will have to fight them a second time through a second best of 3 in order to claim victory in these grand finals. But wait, Team Spec Fanatiker, they came from the lower bracket. They've already lost a life, and they are already down 1 match in this one round in this best of 3. So if they lose this match, they are knocked out of the tournament. They will take 2nd place in the Forts Pro League season. Whereas, if Dyke and Merkel wins this one, they will take victory. They will take victory wholesale.
Yep.
So Spec Fanatiker is quite the journey in front of them, because not only do they have to defeat Dyke and Merkel here, they also have to defeat Dyke and Merkel in a second best of 3 in order to carry on to their own championship. Which is quite a task. But these players, Derbensi and Naomi, they've proven that they are up to the challenge. I truly hope they do actually manage to win at least this one.
Mm-hmm.
They've performed very well through the Forts Pro League, and they've performed well so far today. Dyke and Merkel is undefeated today. And I'm hoping that changes right here and right now. In terms of strategies, both teams are going for the same build order with a slightly different flavor once they get to the final form. Specifically, Spec Fanatiker is using Warthog, so they're going for mixed munitions with the heavy weapons style rush. I say rush as if they aren't doing things like getting EMP and such. Looks like they're going for the howitzer flavor. So we're going to see howitzer lasers, mixed munition, that set. It's going to be a howitzer, a cannon, a fire beam from the top base, and a fire beam, plasma beam for bottom base. And with the Warthog commander, they will have the empowered flavor of heavy weapons. So their heavy weapons, their hits individually will deal more damage in a substantial way. This is opposed to Danke Merkel, which is doing exactly the same thing, except instead of having harder hitting howitzers or harder hitting lasers, they will be able to double shot their weaponry because they're playing as the Eagle Eye commander. So it'll be the difference between having one single heavy hitting weapon versus just firing twice as often. In my experience, there's not a right or wrong answer here. This will come down to implementation and the probably more so to the aim and specific timings of their shots and how well they coordinate with each other and such, rather than anything to deal with the commanders. Mind you, the Eagle Eye from Danke Merkel tends to be a little bit more consistent, just because, let's say a howitzer is shot down, it can then be immediately refired, and that makes it much more likely to deal any damage at all. But it just doesn't have the same kind of game-ending stopping power that Spec Fanatiker's Warthog has. If Warthog managed to land a shot, an empowered howitzer, like at any time, it's almost straight up game over for Danke Merkel. Whereas if Danke Merkel doesn't hit both rounds, then they won't have that same effect. But they will at least get some damage done, you know? That makes it more consistent, even if not as effective. Even if not as necessarily as effective. Looks like Spec Fanatiker opening with the fire beams. Trying to hit the fire beam timing. This is a specific timing attack where the fire beams are used to destroy the plasma laser while it is still under construction. It looks like they didn't successfully hit the plasma. They didn't hit the laser, which means that's just, that's no damage. Okay. Well done, Danke Merkel. Defending against this timing. Usually that timing attack breaks. That timing attack is one of the more consistent and incredibly effective attacks in forts, period. Solid hit with the howitzer. Does Danke Merkel does not quite reply. And the reason for that is, in order to double shot their howitzer, they need to wait for the reload time of 2 howitzer shells. So as much as they want to, they're going to wait. They're waiting for the double shot to happen. That way they can actually get double howitzer on the field, which I suspect is the case. Unfortunately, an EMP takes out the howitzer round. Fortunately, they can just howitzer again, because that's how Eagle Eye works. Massive damage. Empowered howitzer slams into the top of Danke Merkel's base. Ambrulo, reeling from that hit, has to wall off their howitzer, loses foundation nodes to the recoil. Their base holds, but that is a kind of deformation you don't want to be dealing with. It's, oh boy. Yeah. That's the kind of damage in one spot you don't want to be dealing with. Ambrulo taking the howitzer hits in Spec Fanatiker, but Spec Fanatiker is empowered, or has their commander ability ready once more, so we will see the empowered howitzer here in a moment. The sniping from both teams is massive. It is to the point where neither team has AA active anymore. So we're going to be seeing the howitzers fly right now, uncontested. And Brulo giving up on his dreams of firing his own howitzer, instead just committing a beach worth of sandbags over there. Actually, he sells it off. Exposing, oh, well, there's the EMP, locking that down again. Never mind. Fire beam, plasma beam out of...
And he's on fire, like, in a big way.
Yeah. Oh, the AA comes online. Dank and Merkel... Getting bullied isn't the right word, but they're definitely not... They're definitely getting contested hotly for this round. It's worth noting that neither team has an upgrade center and neither team is going for upgraded mines. This is just pure heavy weapons and massive damage output. It's turning into a slogfest and no one's winning. Uh-oh. That laser should fire again here. Ooh. Like a tenth of that steel plating survived. If that plating had been broken, we may have seen a full snipe of Naomi's base here from top. Another howitzer, not empowered this time. Does good damage, but doesn't break all that much, as it is just a standard howitzer that time around. But the empowered heavies are available for Spec Fanatiker now, so we will expect more damage from the follow-up shots. I think Derbensi in the lower base is going to try to focus on their direct opponent, Finn, and Duncan Merkel's lower base. Indeed, we are seeing exactly that. There it is. Oh, they're focusing fire. Oh, that was almost a mistake. Probably should have sent that howitzer round directly across. There's just still too much AA on the fields.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good God. The sniping is so brutal. Spec Fanatiker lost 2 out of 3 lasers in that engagement. It's disgusting. But hey, Dank and Merkel also lost one of their lasers due to massive penetrative firepower from Spec Fanatiker. Just blew clean through all those doors, taking out one laser, leaving both teams with exactly one plasma laser and nothing, and exactly one plasma laser and one cannon. Oh. The howitzer landed into Finn's base. That's lower Dank and Merkel. And the follow-up plasma almost took their core. But not quite. That's going to leave all players still in this match with constant AA, constant gunners being thrown around, constant snipers taking out those gunners, and everyone just trying to land the damage they need. It's a war to see who can land their howitzers. And
it's an absolute slugfest.
That's exactly how I describe it. Dank and Merkel with the rapid-fire howitzers are landing more of their shots, but they aren't doing as much damage as Spec Fanatiker, at least on a shot-for-shot basis. Whereas Spec Fanatiker is having a hard time landing shots at all, but when they do land a shot, it deals near game-ending damage right then and there. And this is the difference in flavor between the teams, despite using these same weapons with the same build order and effectively the same bases. Even the bases, they look the same. Good God, it doesn't stop. 11.5 minutes in, and it's still just a slugfest.
It is.
Usually at least someone breaks by now. Like, it doesn't take much to break these bases at this point. Things have gotten hammered and damaged to a point where it's difficult to maintain. Ooh.
Yeah.
Clean through.
Damage. Yeah.
Spec Fanatiker, I will say this, their benzene is doing what I would describe as the correct solution, which is replacing fire beams with plasmas. And instead of trying to get cheeky with it, just punch through the front door.
Yep.
You've got Warthog lasers. You can dig with lasers. Dig with lasers. Just do it. You're not going to get anywhere getting cheeky at this point. The bases are too thick. Too much armor going around. Too much ablative plating. It's, oh boy. Well, Spec Fanatiker ready to do it again. They're benzene with the double plasmas. Howitzer goes across. Empowered Howitzer damages. He's looking to burn through, and there it is. That's going to strip Finn of every single laser.
Yeah, that's
Team
expensive.
Dank and Merkel no longer has laser support for their howitzer, and that's going to leave them in a rough position. Zerbensi performing very well here. Taking another howitzer hit, but it's just a normal howitzer hit. At this point, the bases are thick enough that a normal howitzer hit is insufficient. What are you doing? Naomi, what are you doing?
The dangle? They've been doing that this whole battle, and it's been collecting the occasional...
Not the dangle. The cannon in front of their defenses.
Oh, right.
God, the Warthog thick lasers. Coming so very close to touching that core. Yeah, no, Naomi is just has replaced some of their ablative armor with a cannon, which is pretty much anti-armor because it explodes, destroying everything around it. But now there's a cannon on the front of their base. And it's not dead yet, so that's good for them. They might get a shot with it, which would be good. It is a 20 mil. 20 mil can be used as AA, so if it comes down to it, we may see it used to clear the howitzer out, given the howitzer is the primary concern. It has the potential to never be destroyed by the howitzer. But if it gets hit, it's very dead. And it's very dead in the worst of ways because it's taking the rest of the base with it, or at least the rest of the forward defenses. Very close to penetrating.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, now they know it's there.
Almost lost it.
Yep.
To snipers. If Finn still had their second sniper, I think it would have been gone. Like, this is trending towards Spec Fanatiker. Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. He's selling the howitzer. It's too late.
Wow.
Was it fast enough? And it's gone. Lasers cutting deep through all those thick, chunky defenses. The chunk just wasn't enough. Spec Fanatiker takes out Ambrulos, sending them deep into the abyss, and is now turning their sights to focus their fire onto Finn. Finn looking like they're trying to hold on. They are currently producing a laser. It's 2/3 of the way completed, but I suspect that they won't live long enough to use it. Sure, they still have some defenses in front of their base. It's looking like they're gonna get pummeled incredibly hard. The buzzsaw's coming in. Where's the howitzer? Howitzer coming soon. Look at that. Their foundations completely exposed, their minds disconnected, now reconnected. Good lord. Well, it looks like the plasma will complete. The question is, will they get to use it? Also, the question is, will it be used in a way that saves them? Because I don't think it will.
Yeah, that's time for a haircut.
Yep, there it goes. That's the end. Spec Fanatiker evens the scores in this best of 3.
That was epic, that battle. That was just high skill, both sides, slugging it out.
Yes, very, very well done. Love to see it. Let's go ahead and take a moment to check out the that one moment when Finn. No, it was Ambrulo in the top fort, where Finn had to deal with an incredible amount of firepower. Moment where everything starts to go wrong for Team Danke Merkel. Then lasers from below. Kaboom. Clean through and through. And that is how you use lasers. Very, very well done. The scores are now even, 1-1. The winner of this next match, or next round, will win this match and knock 1 life off of their opponents.
And we're off.
Off to the next round. All right. The scores are even for this match. Here we have on the left-hand side, Team Spec Fanatiker looking to take a life off of Danke Merkel, playing as the Armadillo commander. The same commander as their opponents were in the last match. I'm sorry, not the last match. The same commander as they were in a match previous. They low-key to go with a more slow, steady, and reliable approach to their defense and economy. We expect to see heavy weapons out of them. But now, they're facing off against their opponents, who are looking to be just a little bit more aggressive. Danke Merkel playing as the Eagle Eye commander. They will be going for the same exact strategy, I can only imagine, as it went for last time. With the Eagle Eye commander and their double-shot heavy weapons, we could expect to see heavy weapons out of them, and I don't want to say the same build order from Spec Fanatiker. The Armadillo build orders can vary a little bit more, as they can more reliably get increased eco. But either way, both teams will be going for heavy weapons. Looks like mixed munitions at a Spec Fanatiker. We see the cannon production facility out of the lower forts. That's Derbensi. And Naomi in the upper fort going for lasers. Danke Merkel, on the other hand, is doing the exact same thing, but reverse. We have Finn in the lower fort going for lasers, and Ambrulo in the upper fort going for cannons, which I think is the more appropriate solution. The cannons genuinely have a hard time reaching up into the upper fort position. It makes it such that going cannons from the lower fort, while fun, did you guys?
Wow.
Like, I figured that was technically possible.
Yeah, you did it.
But
15%.
That's one of those situations where nobody cares enough to do anything about it because it's so difficult, so rare to do, and so inconsequential that you just don't. But he did it, and now it's like, okay, fine, I'll build one piece of wood. Like, why? Why are you like this?
Who do you reckon wins the team name battle? Spec Fanatiker
Yes.
or Danke Merkel? I'm thinking Spec Fanatiker, if you ask me.
Spec Fanatica!
And their logo, some fiend chomping down on some bacon.
It is... As much as their logo is hard to see, their icon is hard to see, it is definitely taking... It is top tier for logo. Logo name combo, got it. I want to point out, both teams here are German, which is why we had Salzburg hosting this.
Yep, and their pings are quite good.
Yes, the pings are quite good. You can see the pings there. So they've no complaints. It's working real well. The Germans have taken over, and they're winning, and I'm proud of them.
Yeah,
Good job, team. You did it. We're going to have German as a first place team in the Forts Pro League and as the second place team in the Forts Pro League. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah.
Now, my question is, how do these build orders diverge? I mean, obviously there's a discrepancy for which position each player is building their weapons, but so far it's the exact same set of weapons. It's a mirror match in terms of weapon set and build order. You have cannon and howitzer versus cannon and howitzer. You have fire beam, plasma beam versus fire beam, plasma beam. The only difference is that it's the top base going fire beam, plasma beam for Spec Fanatiker, and it's the top base going for cannon howitzer for Danke Merkel.
I guess Danke Merkel get the double shot.
They do, yes. They do get the double shot, which gives them more firepower, but they don't get the cheaper repairs and the faster doors. So Team Spec Fanatiker doesn't have to deal with getting door sniped as much. They also can repair whenever something goes wrong. So it's just a matter of... I'm partial toward Eagle Eye in this matchup, in this scenario.
Oh.
But as you see, one howitzer is more than enough to do game-ending damage. You don't need double-shot howitzers to end the game. And now Spec Fanatiker just has a stronger repair and defense to prevent anything from going wrong.
Finn almost went there.
Oh yeah, no, Finn's down at 6%.
Yeah.
He's lost every single piece of his technology. Like, actually every single piece of his technology. Still hasn't fully repaired his mines, or much of anything.
Oh.
Looks like they're trying to finish him off to prevent him from recovering entirely. Howitzer fires, but that's not nearly enough map control out of Team Danke Merkel. Howitzer fires again.
Wow.
It gets sniped out of the air, so that's fun. Danke Merkel's in a rough position here. That cannon for Danke Merkel is probably going to be the only thing keeping them in the game. Finn has 0 energy production. He's net 0 right now, which is awkward.
Oh, there we go. That's got to be it. Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Spec Fanatiker finishes off Finn.
I think there was a secondary explosion that took out a bunch of his core health.
Well, yeah, all of his batteries went.
Yep.
The laser dropped onto his batteries, causing even more damage than it would have without it. So now Spec Fanatiker is in an interesting position where they have to fire cannons upward at an angle they don't have, and fight gravity while doing so. Mind you, it's not going to be that big a deal because Spec Fanatiker just took out another cannon for Danke Merkel. Danke Merkel down to 1 cannon, 1 howitzer versus the world.
And Amarillo has been in this position already once today.
Yes. We'll see if they can... Well, last time they had access to their teammates' mines, which is not going to happen here. Although the double-shot cannons did manage to deal any amount of core damage into Bensi. Bensi down to 96%. Another scratch. Naomi adding an additional fire beam. I would have liked to see that second fire beam be another plasma instead to ramp the firepower. Howitzer going through a portal to try to aim it upwards into the opponent. Doesn't quite make it. They'll be reconstructing that portal to re-aim to a better position. Looks like Ambrulo in that top fort is building extrusion below. Try to get some additional gunners for AA purposes because howitzers scary. Unfortunately, those gunners will never see the light of day as there are... Ambrulo just doesn't have map control. Spec Fnatic are too strong.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
It's a gorgeous shot.
Yeah.
I do want to say shout out to Ambrulo selling off that howitzer. Realizing that it's not going to be terribly useful and instead just instead reclaims material in an effort to, I imagine, build a cannon, but those resources are now being spent on rebuilding rather than additional cannonage. Oh. Door opens.
Too high.
Little high. Another fire beam. Naomi going up to 3 fire beams, which is a lot of fire beam. Remember, at between 3 and 4 fire beams, you can permanently lock down a structure and have it be constantly on fire. Which is an issue to deal with because you can't repair things that are on fire, and things that are on fire take damage over time. So you end up with this permanently burning structure that can't be extinguished. Assuming that's the strategy they're going for. It may not be what they're going for. Spec Fnatic are doing a lot of expansion, not a whole lot of damage output. It's giving Ambrulo an opportunity to recover, although that's not saying much given that they don't have all that much income nor the real ability to recover. Whew. Over penetration, clean through, no significant damage done. Ambrulo just kinda face tanks it, ignores. We'll get an opportunity to fire his weapons here himself. Here comes cannon. Takes out a pair of turbines. There it goes.
Yeah.
Cannon burns to the ground. Leaving Ambrulo with 72% on their core and no weapons to their name. Which, not the conditions you want to be in, yeah?
No.
Now,
Here's an interesting thought I've had, and also I've noticed as a few people have suggested it. What do you think of, in this situation, your teammate? If your teammate has lost their base, they now can help the remaining player, and so it basically becomes co-op on that team of 2 players.
I like the idea. I think it would be something that not everyone would want. I like the idea.
An option?
Yes, I think that would be a cool option. Certainly something to play around with.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely not a forced thing. Most of the time when my teammates explode, I want them to stay that way.
Okay. You gotta find better teammates.
Yeah, well, you know, not everyone can play in the Forts Pro League. But, I think it would be a cool option and certainly would be fun, or certainly be a neat addition to the Forts Pro League here.
Nice shot. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. We'll talk it over with everybody and see if this is a thing. Then I have to check with B-Man to see if that's even possible. I'm pretty sure it would be.
Only one way to find out.
True.
You know, that would be an interesting idea.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be forced. It would be a thing that, is given, an option that's given. And yeah.
Yeah, like what they I could say, for example, I don't know if you've played StarCraft. StarCraft does that where you can you could do it at any time actually, where you can optionally select which teammates have control over your your units, your faction. So that you could choose when and where your teammates can control your stuff, and they can control it just as if it were you. It doesn't quite translate directly to forts, but certainly and it is a feature that is desired in strategy games as a whole.
Yeah.
You guys want to see that beautiful laser cutting through. Slicing just a little off the top. Getting a haircut at the knees. More interestingly, this means that Spec Fanatiker wins this best 2 out of 3 in the grand finals.
That's right.
And that means Team Danke Merkel loses 1 life.
Yep.
And with that life lost, Team Danke Merkel now fights on even grounds against Spec Fanatica, leaving Spec Fanatiker to face off against Danke Merkel in 1 more best of 3 for the end. So now we go back once more into the veto phase, where both teams will once again pick and ban as we go into the penultimate grand finals. Looks like that's already underway. Starting off with exactly the same map bans as the previous round, which is not at all a surprise to me. What does Spec Fanatiker stand for? I imagine good breakfast.
Speck is a type of bacon, if I remember.
Yes, Spec is bacon.
Yeah. And
Fanatiker is...
kind of sounds like...
Fanatic Zealot,
so.
Yeah.
What was their previous name? It was similar, but we had to ask them to shorten it for our observer tools. It was like bacon something or other. Bacon lovers or something.
I don't remember. I know it's the same thing with Derbenzi. They're going full German with it and trying to find the longest word possible. Which I think is hilarious, but at some point becomes a technical issue.
Yeah.
Alright then, so we will be finishing up the map veto here in a moment, then move on to the commander veto. This is the final best of 3. Yes, the super ultimate grand finals. Yes. As far as you guys are concerned, the easiest way to describe it, this is just a normal best of 3. Winner takes all. The teams are even. It's just a matter of who comes out on top here. We will be in a best of 3. Danke Miracle, Spec Fanatica. Winner takes all. And by all, I mean they take first place, and the loser goes to second place.
Yep. And who are you leaning towards, Incursus?
I'm going to lean Danke Miracle. Not by much, but I'm going to lean Danke Miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon price. Yes, I think it was bacon price comparators.
There it is.
I remember it. I remember that because I kept pronouncing it as it was spec price for Gleiche. And then they changed it to Spec Fanatica.
Yeah.
Oh jeez. Yeah, so they've been going. I appreciate a lot of the team names here because what was it in the Forts Amateur League, the aggressively Dutch names as well. It's fun to see some pride in language and diversity come up. It just makes things more exciting to try to pronounce. It's like throwing a wrench into the speaking every opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's a good time all around.
It's German is interesting from a development point of view because, you know, when you're making a game, you have to localize, translate your game into all the different languages, and you always have to double check on German because typically translating from English to German almost doubles the sentence length. you know what I mean? It's
oh god,
I don't know why that is, but it always seems to be the case. And also, you know, being on the audio side of things with dialogue, you know, if you have a scene that has a certain length in English, and then you have to overdub it in German, you typically have to ask the German actors to speak quickly to keep it, because, you know what I mean, you can't reanimate things for every language, right? You have to dub it in. So I've even gone in and had to use like special audio software to speed up without changing the pitch of things just to fit it in.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's true though. There's so many large words. They're relatively easy to pronounce most of the time. It's just that they are difficult to get through due to the length of them.
Yeah.
Like,
you do pretty well. Like I mean, I look at Derenzi's full name and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going there.
Oh, good lord! A quick point out: we do have a phantom pick for have a phantom pick in the next match, so we will have the opportunity for the greatest of cheeses,
the final cheese.
Seep has been banned, as has Eagle Eye. I think
Okay.
I think Spec Fanatica is sick and tired of the Eagle Eye pick. Oh god. Architect and Armadillo. They're playing defensive here, man. Like, that's not a whole lot of variety in the strategy. Like Architect, Warthog, and Armadillo. You don't get more samey than that. I mean, yes, you can, but that's pretty samey. It's going to leave their opponents some extra leeway and ability to predict things. But just like that, we're good to go. Off into the grand finals. It is Danke Merkel versus Spec Fanatiker. Try reading that German word. Mein Deutsch ist nicht das Gelbe von Mai. Pass. So we'll come back to that one later, because right now we've got plenty of matches to do as we're off into this best of 3 round 1. Danke Merkel, Spec Fanatiker. Let's do this. Here on the left-hand side, it is Team Danke Merkel playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. The Kings of Rush, anemic bases, and quick startups, they're going to be heading toward those heavy weapons and pummeling their opponents into the ground. Whereas our opponents are going to be playing pretty much the opposite strategy. Playing as the Architect Commander, they're likely to get eco along the way, and invest into some additional resource production. Yeah, sure, they're going to get heavy weapons as their primary set of tools, but Spec Fanatiker here is looking to boost their economy along the way. I'm curious to see who comes out on top. Now, typically, I don't want to say that Pinch Fist is the hard counter pick to into Architect, but Pinch Fist punishes the playstyle that Architect tries to do particularly well. So the reason for that is Architect's whole thing is, at least when you're choosing Architect, the strategies that usually revolve around it will often have you go with an upgrade center so you can get additional economy, and take some detours, smell the roses and the flowers and explore the scenery around the world before eventually getting cannons and weapons out on the field. You can get away with that as Architect because the Architect Commander lets you increase your build speed after having taken damage. So you just seed the early game, let them damage you, take your hits, and then convert that into additional build speed later to catch up. Unfortunately, Pinch Fist specializes in ending the game before you can catch up, because the initial timing, the boost in speed, due to, well, selling off their entire everything and boosting it toward extra progress, means that they get heavy weapons on the field faster, and they hit a little earlier, and they can keep up the pressure throughout the rest of the game, and they put their opponents on the back foot, and if not end the game in an early alpha strike, then they end the game 2 minutes later after they've ground you into the dust, due to, dealing massive damage to all of your weapons and everything else. So, I am curious to see how this plans out, because Spec Fanatiker isn't going with the upgrade center option, so they're kind of just going for a standard build order, not influenced by Architect at all, but they just happen to have Architect, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
It makes them not terribly vulnerable to the Pinch Fist rush. They're just going with it. We're going to see Howitzer out of, yep, there it is, Howitzer out of Derbency here in the lower fort. Going to see Plasma. There's the Plasma for Naomi. Going to see a Fire Beam built eventually. That'll happen sooner or later. Fire Beam above the Plasma there. On this side, however, we already have a Plasma Beam, Fire Beam halfway completed for Finn in the upper base. A second Fire Beam a quarter of the way completed, and also in the upper base. Danke Merkel way ahead in the weapons production capabilities, with the Howitzer a third of the way completed, and that is a 20 mil. That is a 20 mil above it. I still don't like 20 mil in this in this situation, but they've got way more firepower than Spec Fanatiker can hope to handle. So it's just a matter of whether or not they field it in time. It's whether or not they decide to fire first, and how much damage they actually commit during the firing process, during the Alpha Strike. We should see these Fire Beam, Plasma Beam open up right now. As you can start firing the fire beam and the plasma will finish. You can do it. It's 3:35 on the clock. It's peak pinch fist timing. Are you gonna seriously wait for this howitzer to complete? Thank you.
I think they did. Oh no, they didn't.
They don't have the energy to fire it. It's,
Oh wow.
yes, they do. And yeah, there's the end. So that's pinch fists in a nutshell right there.
That was amazing.
Yeah, well done. Dank and Merkel coming out on top. Very, very well done. You'll love to see it.
Wow.
That was clean, pristine, perfect pinch fist play.
Yeah.
Hitting before Spec Fanatiker is ready to fire. For his, not quite ready to take the hit either. And they just knocked out a player. That's going to leave Spec Fanatiker down one player. Naomi falls. This does leave Derbensi with their howitzer and cannon, so that is still substantial firepower. And in fact, Duncan Merkel knows this and are actively adding armor everywhere to prevent any kind of retaliatory strike. A howitzer and a cannon itself is game-ending damage. The question is, will they be able to get it done? Oh. Close. The core becomes unhinged for a moment, getting knocked down to 46% power, but not quite enough to end it outright. Spec Fanatiker desperately needs to fire their weapons. You gotta fire something. You're floating energy. Fire. Go. You have to risk it at some point. The cannon knocking out their own wood along the way, losing energy along the way, doesn't make it all the way across, which is unfortunate. Howitzer lands. This is probably game over here.
Yeah, I'd say so. If the plasma, no, it was off.
A bit unfocused, doesn't quite make it all the way. Okay. That will give Derbensi likely another opportunity to fire again. Mind you, Derbensi sitting at 8% core, so that time is going away real quick. Derbensi needs to, there's that howitzer. I'm sorry, the howitzer just can't. The howitzer's not making it across. You could try it. You could try it. No reason not to try it. Give it the Hail Mary. But I have no expectation of that working, and just cannon something. He's trying to use his machine gunners to clear as much as he can. Howitzer doesn't make it halfway. He's got to fire the cannon. Oh, fire it at the 20. Get the door snipe. You could do it. Be brave. Didn't do it. Reconstructs the howitzer defense, the howitzer catch. He's gonna do it again.
Yep.
Howitzer catch is back. You know the howitzer is coming. There it is. Straight to the front. Potential end of game here. And the second cannon. This is why we like standard cannons.
Yeah. If that was standard cannon, I think it'd be wrapped up by now.
Yes, absolutely. You know, there exists a world where that one cannon from Derbensi actually full destroys Ambrula in one shot. You get a door snipe on that 20 mil, the entire weapon stack collapses, causing cascade exposure to the batteries of the foundation.
Yep.
How are you not taking splash damage from this? Derbensi.
Is he running out of energy when he fires that plasma?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm seeing the UI is a little less stable around energy right now. Resources as a whole. Okay. Somehow, Derbensi's still alive. Oh, that's so close. I don't think so, actually. Like, once that howitzer exploded, like, the laser does not have direct line of sight of the core. And it's defended by 2 pieces of armor. Like, Derbensi's in a rough spot, but those lasers are not it. Oh, and the cannon follow through. Oh.
Good defense there.
Demoralizing, though. From our spectator view, we know that wouldn't have actually done much damage. But still demoralizing nonetheless. Well, that's bad. Having smoke in your base is one of the last things you want as Derbensi. Although, to be fair, at this point it is also one of his least concerns, given everything else is breaking. Shout out to Derbensi here. Managing to stay alive through this. This is a tough situation to be in. Okay.
Oh, he went for it.
He almost hit that door snipe. That's the shot I was looking to see him make.
Yeah. That would have been interesting to see.
Yes. Probably not game winning, but could at least drag the game on a bit longer, because otherwise he's just going to get worn down by insurmountable amounts of damage output. I would like to see Embrulo here sell off one of those 20s and get it replaced with a standard cannon. Because he's kind of floating metal, and he needs to increase his damage output. He needs to increase his energy output a little bit, another battery ideally, as well as increase his firepower, and upgrading the cannon. Even upgrading it to a howitzer would be a good option as well. Yeah, that's it. Okay. From above, the cannon breaks. There we have it. Team Danke Merkel takes 1 round in this best of 3. Well done, well done. It is always satisfying to see players survive and hold out for as long as they can.
Well, it takes a lot of skill, doesn't it, to fend off an onslaught like that? That's, almost as skillful as, when you're winning as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen the occasional person, keep it together and pull off an upset, a comeback from behind. Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's very satisfying. And yeah, these guys have the skill to do it for sure.
Absolutely. And we've seen several players do exactly that. We had Cronkinator in the Forts Amateur League, and we had, Embrulo earlier today.
It was Felix, I think it was, in the Amateur League.
Yes, Felix in the Amateur League. Why did I... Cronkinator? I'm thinking Cronkinator because he's typing in chat right now, and he was on my brain. All right. Another fan favorite map. Remember, guys, this is a match between German and German. If you guys want to see this match cast in the native German tongue, make sure to check out Salzwerk on Twitch. Currently live and casting in the German language for those interested. As we're getting ready to jump into the next round, we're starting off right now. And we're off. To round 2 in this best of 3. The victor of this match will move on to be the victor of the Forts Pro League, with the loser being knocked down to 2nd place. And it's going to get spicy. As here we have on the right-hand side, it's Dank and Merkel taking the gloves off, already wiping their opponents off of round 1 with a pristine and clean pinch fist rush. They're now looking to do another style of rush. Phantom cheese of the dirtiest and filthiest kind. What exactly these days, I really only ever see Phantom being used for missile rushes, like rocket rushes, which is fine. It's very good at that, but it does mean that it's become well-refined cheese, as it were. And we're going to see some of that refinement wielded against Spec Fanatiker here, as Dank and Merkel is getting themselves set up to do the wildest of cheeses. There is the upgrade center. This is about the time when they need to be putting down their fake mines to sell the idea that they are not cheesing. Call for pause. I can't. I am not.
Who's got lag? Maybe Finn?
I can't read that. Okay.
Two minutes.
Okay. So we will give this a moment to let the lag spike for the player calm down. And then we will jump right back into the round. A brief pause in the action. Looks like it's not a major deal, so we'll be carrying on here momentarily. The joys of forts. It is stable enough that we can actually do this and not break things. All right, we're ready to go. The lag spike has subsided. Let's jump right back into it. Questions from chat. What's the counter to Phantom Rocket Cheese? So that's a difficult question.
Probably.
That's a difficult question because the reason it's called a cheese is because it's a bad strategy.
Maybe a dry red wine.
I'm partial. Sorry. I'm partial to Riesling myself. Okay. No, the reason it's called a cheese is because it's a bad strategy. It works because people don't see it coming. It is difficult to see coming, but if you see it coming, there are a multitude of solutions, including very often literally just a sniper. The only reason it works is because you blindside your opponents. You completely blindside them. If you do not blindside them, then the rocket rush, the Phantom Rocket Cheese doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work at all. Yep. And if your opponents react in a way that I think I'm feeling the ping as well. What's going on here? Like, I'm feeling the desync on the players. All right, so it looks like their pings are pretty stable right now. So we'll leave that as is. But as I was saying, if you react if you can fight fire with fire, if you have enough AA, if you have snipers, you can shut down the rocket rush entirely. The whole point of the rocket rush is to get damage on the field before they see it coming. If your opponents see it coming, then shutting it down. That's just a multitude of options to deal with it. And just pick whichever way you want. We already see that Spec Fanatiker has a single sniper behind a tiny door. That can be relevant, very relevant. Another thing about the Phantom Rush is that it's not particularly defensible. If you're against something like, say, a heavy weapons rush, then once the howitzer comes out, once the cannons come out, if you don't kill your opponents before the howitzer comes out, then you're pretty much dead, man. But they just revealed that they're going for something early game because they used an AP sniper there. Mind you, it's a little late to react given the rockets are already in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's devastating. We're seeing immediate anti-air going down in the way of mass machine gunners. Naomi getting pummeled by all 6 rocket launchers, which will leave them in a position where they need their teammate to rescue them. And their teammate is. Derbensi, with the instant reaction with the machine gunners, is keeping Naomi alive. Unfortunately, that usually results in bringing the ire of the rockets upon yourself. Naomi doing a great job of building trench gunners very quickly. Like, that was incredibly fast.
And the repair stations to fend off the smoke.
Yeah, this is about as strong and quick of a reaction as you can get to this.
Yep.
The howitzer is 1/3 of the way complete and boosted by the Architect Commander. This is about as counter-picky as you get. So, Phantom Commander specializes in breaking bases early game. So bases that are vulnerable to breaking early game, like something Pinch Fist, die stupid fast. On the other hand, Architect specializes in taking damage early game. So they're kind of playing into Architect here. Dank and Merkel fueling that howitzer, coming out at a pre-5-minute howitzer, dealing massive damage. I guess it's not that big damage, but Embrulo taking a hit, down to 82% core. And they're immediately switching out of this. So Embrulo no longer has rockets at all. He's got his energy weapon production facility at 1/3, just about 1/2 of the way completed now. So they're transitioning out of the rockets. The rockets have been defeated. An incredibly decisive and heavy investment into anti-air and defenses has left Team Spec Fanatiker alive. Not only alive, but they lived long enough to get a howitzer onto the field and have angrily announced that Team Dank and Merkel is not welcome in this match.
We do not welcome your cheese.
Yes, I say nay to thee. For those asking how do you deal with this, this is how you deal with this.
Yeah. I guess the interesting thing is, from Danke Merkel's perspective, to now continue to take advantage of Phantom is to move your, obviously go beyond the rockets and take advantage of the fact that you can move your weapons around.
Oh yeah. No, it means that they can do things. Well, we saw it here where they moved all their weapons around. They moved them out of danger so that they could then be sold off and converted into technology. Here we saw the same thing with Dank and Merkel, or same thing in the lower base here for Finn. They moved their shotgun around, they moved their rockets out behind and such. That sniper just got moved to an exposed position where it can have line of sight in the top base so they could try to snipe out that cannon while it's under production. Of course, the turbine saved it, so good work, Spec Fanatiker. The sniper gets replaced back into its little cubby. Oh no! His helmet saved him. Right in the head. Alright, well, that one howitzer shell has bought Spec Fanatiker enough time to get out the rest of their weapons. There is now 2 fire beams in production, as well as a plasma laser. 1 fire beam in production. Those AP snipers penetrating and getting actual damage done on targets, which is not usually how you want your weapons to be. That plasma beam, I'm pretty certain, is still vulnerable to getting sniped via AP sniper, but I think Dank and Merkel doesn't know that, so they're not trying to snipe it anymore. Oh, that was close.
It was.
That was real close. Okay, so now Spec Fanatiker has gone up to a howitzer, 2 cannons, a fire beam, and a plasma beam, which is one devastating alpha strike. Yeah, Duncan, Merkel, Finn, and Brulo, they know how to use snipers, and they're showing it off, is what's happening here. It's rough. It's rough. Okay, Spec Fanatiker utilizing their commander active ability to complete construction of their heavy weapons. And I suspect we're going to see that alpha strike here in a moment. I'm still disappointed that Derbenzine insists on not firing his weapons until both players are fully ready to go. But you know, now it's time to engage. The shotgun takes out the howitzer. Cannon takes out the shotgun. There's one more cannon shell left. Where do you send it? Straight to the front. Great, love to see it. Okay. The Duncan Merkel team has activated their cloaking ability. They are now invisible to the other team, and will remain so for a few more seconds. I believe there is no reason for this other than just because they can, because they're not doing anything with it, not that there's much to do with it. Worth noting that they are selling off their fake mines, as presumably to replace them with real mines. Cannons from everywhere. Ooh, they're digging. Team Spec Fanatiker is trying to dig through Dank and Merkel, successfully bringing Ambrulo down to 66% remaining on their core. Alright. So Ambrulo looking to wield the cloaking of Dank and Merkel here, using cloaked lasers. Unfortunately for Dank and Merkel, laser beams hidden and protected only by stealth are not protected from direct fire weapons and were immediately destroyed. That's going to set Dank and Merkel back substantially. That's actually a huge setback, because they just lost their laser beams, leaving Dank and Merkel with one howitzer and a second one wrapping up construction right now. So again, we're in a situation where Ambrulo has double howitzer. We've seen it work. We've seen it fail. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get those shots across the field. Spec Fanatiker still has some of their remnant AA from the early days of the rocket rush, but it's not meant, the AA they have really isn't meant to deal with double howitzer. So when this comes out, they could deal real damage. Could deal very real damage. They both hit, but they hit on the ablative armor and didn't deal massive damage. But it is enough to... It might be enough that the ablative armor will not be fully reconstructed by the time, or at least before, Dank and Merkel is ready to fire those howitzers again. Which means that those howitzers might get a clean shot into the next, deep into the proper frontline defenses, coming up here in a few seconds. That shotgun doing as much work as it can. God, but it cuts so deep. Spec Fanatiker is just digging. They're not trying to do anything special. They're just punching all the way through, as again Spec Fanatiker loses another laser to the counter sniping. Dank and Merkel just hits different with those snipers. The double howitzer, one of them shut down. The second one splashes into the anti-howitzer the howitzer trap.
That tower is a little bit rickety.
Is dangling. It's waving to and fro. Uh-oh. So this is bad.
Yep.
Oh, that cannon's a little low. Okay,
Fire
yeah,
goes.
there it is.
Wow.
I was just like, uh-oh. There's not enough a blade of armor there. They're cutting all the way through. Good news is, the tower is gone, so we don't have to worry about it falling down on anyone. Bad news is, it fell down on everyone.
Jeez.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Here comes the double howitzer again. Hey, he nails it this time. It goes clean across, taking out all of the laser beams for Team Spec Fanatiker. Unfortunately, the laser beams were less than half of the damage output. So now we're dealing with, now they're going to have to deal with the cannons. Mind you, the cannons are not currently able to fire at Dank and Merkel, but that will change in a moment as the doors are being replaced, such as to allow for a different firing angle. There we go. You good there? There you go. Alright, so now those cannons should be able to drop those shots, if not into the core of Finn, but at least into the mines and metal production of Dank and Merkel here. So now there's not a whole lot Dank and Merkel can do to defend themselves, so much as destroy their opponents faster before it's too late. Now, they do have multiple howitzers. By multiple, I mean 2 howitzers. And it just means that there is a chance. There's just a chance that those howitzers can make it across and deal damage. It's not a good chance, but a chance nonetheless. And there go the mines. So this will be his last opportunity to deal damage. He aims a little high, and in doing so, doesn't break the cannons. With Spec Fanatiker's primary weapons array still online, Team Dank and Merkel's not going to be able to maintain their defenses here for a long period of time. Especially given that they just had their mines destroyed.
And more destroyed.
And even more destroyed.
Yeah.
They're going to run out of money. Like, they won't be able to rebuild, and they're going to collapse. This is a win condition for them. Spec Fanatiker is looking to take this round. We're going to go. Are we really going to go all the way? This will even it up. This will be 1-1.
Yep.
Ooh. So close, so much damage. Down to a single mine. Finn simply cannot build anything right now. There's no repairs, no construction. It's just death. Slow, gradual death. It's not even that slow. With the lasers coming back online for Team Spec Fanatiker, Naomi's finally reconstructed their weapon systems, and with it, Finn takes a direct hit to their core, bringing them down to 81%. As shot after shot, cannon shell after cannon shell, they're digging in. Oh, jeez. They're doing it again. Oh. They're still aiming for Ezekiel. They're not even aiming. Okay, I think. Yeah. Okay. Now they're aiming to take him out. There it is. Okay.
Wow.
They finally fall. Spec Fanatiker takes round 2 in this best of 3. Oh, jeez. That is absolutely amazing. You love to see it. Okay. It's the moment where things went wrong. Well, it was just a whole lot of damage output from a lot of places is what went wrong. Like you can only do so much when the damage comes for you, yeah? Alright then. If you guys want to see where things started to really fall apart for Team Dank and Merkel in that last match, check out your screens right now. As here we have the joy of howitzers flying, lasers burning, and bases falling. I just realized, Team Dank and Merkel was cloaked. They had their cloak active during their final moments here.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't save them. Their forts don't move very much, but...
Yeah. I mean, Spec Fanatiker were firing into where they thought they would be.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we were there last time. We're just going to fire the same spot where your core was and hope it's still there. It was. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I think it was death by buzzsaw in the end. Sliced off the last little bit of wood.
It was actually the buzzsaw was present, but the buzzsaw missed because so what happened was the cannon broke the final load bearing strut, and it all started collapsing. The buzzsaw was there, but the buzzsaw splashed on the blade of armor, like the thick chunk of wood that was above it.
Yeah, right.
As the buzzsaw was well aimed and would have, except that the base was already collapsing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, cool.
All right.
We're all here?
We're all here ready to go. Off to the next round. Off to the final round in the final match. Quite literally, the winner of this round wins the Forts Pro League in its entirety.
Oh, and there's the possibility of a 2-for-1 if you make the top base drop on the bottom.
Yeah. That's something that is both fun and not fun about this map.
Yeah. Interesting that this is what's come last.
Well, I think it's here because everyone decided they didn't want to pick it. Mm-hmm. It was the last map in the pool. At least the last map which wasn't outright banned. And so that leaves us where all of those matches, every fight so far, every battle, has led to the moment where it is dead even, neck to neck. Team Danke Merkel and Team Spec Fanatiker are tied. The winner of this match will be the winner of this competition, or the Forts Pro League. This series, after all these months, will be crowned, will come to a completion, and there will be a champion named. And that champion will be determined right here and right now.
It's been an epic journey, starting from, sort of mid to late last year of starting the planning of all this, and to see it up to this point is just amazing.
Yes, I can imagine. Like, this is your game, this is your baby, this is your child.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Well, we're going to see something very similar to last match, as, by the way, Danke Merkel is playing as the Phantom Commander. Now, they're doing something weird for Phantom. They're not cheesing yet.
Right.
It's not rockets. It's not mass buzzsaws or something crazy. It's
It's an interesting choice for the absolute final battle.
It's a normal build played as Phantom, which normally you don't see, as most other commanders are stronger for normal builds than Phantom. Not that Phantom is weak at normal builds, but I mean it's no empowered howitzer, put it that way. So I am curious to see how exactly they handle this. I'm assuming they want to do something regarding Phantom, otherwise they wouldn't choose it. But they're even building the cannon in the spot where it's meant to be placed and defended, so like they're certainly not doing much in the way of using Phantom's special abilities. But I digress. Spec Fanatiker is going to be going for pretty much exactly the same build that Downcat Miracle is going for, at least the same unit composition, as it were. Looks like they are going for a slightly different builds, in that the lower fort, specifically Naomi, is getting the extra expansion for the additional mines and metal income. This is something I noticed about Spec Fanatiker. They love their eco. They like going eco, they like upgrade centers, they like upgraded mines, upgraded turbines, and they're willing to play defensive just naturally. Okay, so this might prompt an overreaction. Are they literally just going for normal? They're not. Oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Angst.
Well, two things. One, they popped their cloak, which immediately prompted Spec Fanatiker to defend themselves.
Yep.
For unsurprising reasons. So that's going to slow down Spec Fanatiker. That's at least going to cost Derbensi up here their cannon.
That's a bit of, what do you call it, psychological warfare.
I mean, that's kind of the whole point. It works. So where once Derbensi here had an opportunity to build a cannon, it's no more. He's going standard howitzer and nothing else. He's spent every last drop of his defenses, of his income on defenses. Whereas Downcat Miracle's going for memes. Look at it. It's double cannon plus plasma. Or not plasma, plus magna beam. So Downcat Miracle here, this is a strategy that technically does damage. It's just not a great strategy. And
interesting. Our first magna beam.
Interestingly enough, Spec Fanatiker's already built to deal with it. Mostly.
Oh.
So, they are certainly going to be built to deal with it now. But
yeah.
Derbensi on top has anti-magna beam defenses. I don't know why he's built anti-magna beam defenses before the reveal. Maybe something gave it away. I don't know, but nevertheless, he has them, and it renders him effectively immune to this flavor of madness. Whereas Naomi in the lower fort is resistant to it, but not completely immune to it. They can still lose their weapons, kind of. Derbensi with the drop-down trunk there makes it quite difficult to do that. Yeah, no, these are bases that look like they're explicitly designed to deal with this magna beam stuff. At this point, I don't know what they can do with the magna beam other than not use it. Like, there's nothing to do with it. Yeah, like they didn't even fire it there.
Yeah, yeah, that was a bit odd.
I mean, what are you supposed to do with the magna beam in this situation? The whole purpose of it is to make shots come from weird angles, specifically because no one prepares to deal with shots from weird angles. But what happens if you deal with shots from weird angles? The magna beam no longer serves a purpose. It gets countered pretty hard. So, like, there you go. Oof. Yeah, no, so I think the magna beam is going to be staying at home for the time being, whereas Finn in the top base is just going to be doing standard direct fire cannons, and Ambrulo in the lower base is going to be transitioning towards standard lasers. Fire beam, plasma beam combo already constructed to replace the magnet beam. The question is only who's going to come out on top. And so far, I think I'm going to give Spec Fanatiker the lead in the game state, but only by a little bit. As we see the sniping back and forth. Team Duncan Merkel again taking sniper dominance from Spec Fanatiker. We've seen that a fair few times already. He didn't fire his laser beam. Okay. I do wonder if Derbensi in the top base is going to recover from his defense expenditure and actually get another weapon. It looks like he's building a platform right here for another weapon, which I'm going to make a guess and say it's going to be a howitzer. To ramp up that damage extensively. Yeah, that's definitely a howitzer. Saving up so much money. Oh, another round to fire. Warthog activated for the empowered howitzers. And they cut very deep. But with no follow-up weaponry, Danke Merkel, despite all of that damage, is going to be free to repair. Finn has the bank for it, they've got the money, and they have the time. They're just going to build it all right back up as if it never happened. Just like that, they eat another shot.
Ooh.
Laser running out of energy at the wrong moment.
Wrong time. I thought that was going to be it.
It very possibly could have been.
And they do look to be going for the 2-for-1 here.
Well, I don't blame them. That's the obvious choice. Why destroy two opponents with one shot when you could? Why destroy one opponent with one shot when you can destroy two? So, given the second howitzer in production for Spec Fanatiker, I'm going to make the claim that Team Spec Fanatiker is currently in the lead. Just barely. Danke Merkel is not in a condition where they're out of the match or anything like that. However, I will claim that Danke Merkel is on the back foot. They've received more damage. They're trying to door snipe that howitzer. They're trying to do what they can to reclaim their initiative, as it were. As we have selling of the cannon out of... Finn just sold the standard cannon. What is your plan, sir?
Oh, shot.
Okay. Well, that's bad. Danke Merkel loses a plasma. So at this point, Spec Fanatiker is slowly grinding away at Danke Merkel. Yeah, sure, Danke Merkel wasn't particularly far behind, but they're slowly falling further and further behind as Spec Fanatiker grinds away at them. As we see here, an example, Danke Merkel lost one weapon and is reconstructing elements of their base, where Spec Fanatiker just expanded again to another platform. Cannon AA. Not quite enough. Taking more hits, but taking no significant damage in the process. Just some basic repair bill. Basic repairs required. He's just using that additional expansion for more turbines so he could fire more cannons. You know what? I approve. I like that. That works for me. Get those cannons to bear more rapidly. Yeah, so it looks like it does look like Finn sold off that cannon for the purposes of getting a howitzer on the field faster, and that's completely understandable. It just doesn't stop.
Oh, I know, it's fascinating.
They keep firing, but they keep dealing not that much damage. Spec Fanatiker, for all their firing intensity, hasn't... For all their firing consistency, doesn't have that intense of a firepower. So they're in a situation where they just don't break enough. And there it is. Danke Merkel replies, managing to deal absolutely catastrophic damage to Der Bensi in the top fort of Team Spec Fanatiker. One howitzer directly into another. Secondary explosions all around. Spec Fanatiker takes massive damage, and in one sweeping change, one shot, Danke Merkel brings the match to about even. Honestly, that howitzer that was just constructed for Team Spec Fanatiker, that second howitzer, hadn't really been fired, so it hadn't affected the game much, so the game hasn't changed dramatically. Mind you, Danke Merkel does have a howitzer of their own now, which is notable. But if you look at Team Spec Fanatiker, Der Bensi's base has been reconstructed to what it once was, minus the howitzer, of course. But it isn't vulnerable. It isn't vulnerable to the howitzer. It isn't vulnerable to cannon fire. Team Spec Fanatiker, still going strong. More interestingly, Danke Merkel manages to shoot down that howitzer for Team Spec Fanatiker. Oh man, had that second laser been lined up properly, that would have been the end. Like, it is so very close despite it all. He didn't move his lasers. It's because he hasn't fired them yet. Oh, that's one gone.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Very good shot all around. Embrulo, you gotta move your laser. They're coming for it. Oh yeah, barely got out of there in time. Okay. Well, Spec Fanatiker loses one of their laser beams. So they're down another one. However, they are up to two plasma. They're down to two plasmas at two fire beams, with the third fire beam in construction. So they're not hurting for damage output. In fact, that's it.
Wow.
The lasers were enough. Finn falls, as Spec Fanatiker is, for the first time, putting themselves in a solid position in this series. Look at this. At this point, Spec Fanatiker has actually gained a massive advantage over their opponents. And they've done it in the final match, in the decider. In the grand finals of the Forts Pro League, where they are one victory. Not just one victory, but one core, one fort, one shot away from total victory in the Forts Pro League. Oh. The laser moved to what they thought was safety, just moved directly into the sights of a sniper. As once again, Spec Fanatiker is digging deep, utilizing more plasmas than fires, just dealing that direct damage. It's very effective. Howitzer dropping in from above. That's going to be rough. Disconnecting Embrulo from Finn's now derelict base. With it, Embrulo loses the economy and the additional weapons. Oh no. Ambrulo struggles. He's going to fire again. He's going to use the Magna Beam. Do it. Immediately the Magna Beam is destroyed as punishment for its existence. Team Spec Fnatic are trying to use the Remnant Magnet effect to curve into the core. They almost nailed that. That was just a few degrees off of going directly into the top of Ambrulo's core.
That would have been ironic.
That would have been ironic and amazing in all the right ways. Oh! A door snipe, but doesn't quite destroy the howitzer. That would have actually just ended Derbency. But with that, Naomi and their lasers managed to destroy Daike Merkel in their entirety. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our victors.
Spec Fanatiker.
Spec Fanatiker.
Win the inaugural Forts Pro League. Season 1. That is amazing.
You love to see it. I liked that. I liked that a lot. That was an extremely good match.
Yeah, a lot of matches were like really just lots of action, lots of just, you know, bashing each other. And this one was just nail biting.
It was so good. A back and forth. I like to see that. You know what I like to see more? A close-up replay of all of those best moments. As here we have the moment when Daike Merkel fired back, reclaiming the match, bringing it all the way to even once more. Look at this. Direct hit. Taking out chunks of Derbency's base. With the double laser follow-up to punish anything they could find. That is massive damage right there. These are the kind of matches I love to see. They're so good. Back and forth both ways. The final moments of Daike Merkel. In this Forts Pro League. We see the fires, they burn. So that's a good time. I'm looking forward to doing this. I'm looking forward to the next season. As we did have...
Oh, absolutely.
We do have a new member in the Forts Pro League, as one of the Forts Amateur League teams did make it into the Forts Pro League. So it will be a different roster for the next time around.
It will.
And we'll get to see how each team plays out.
Absolutely. That was just, I'm sort of just spun out by all of that just happened.
It's like you gotta breathe, let the adrenaline wear down.
Yeah.
Let the adrenaline out. Gotta do push-ups, spend some of that energy, let it go, let it calm down. Good God. No, it is beautiful. Even the overkill shot at the end. Yeah, no, this is what we look forward to here in Forts. Big shout out to Spec Fanatiker, Naomi, and Benzin Preisvergleiche coming in with the victory. That's how you do it.
That is consistency and, keeping cool under pressure, and what pressure there was,
Exactly. Remember, guys, if you want to see these matches cast in German, or you want to show off to your friends, say, hey, My German friends won this game. You could check it out here on Project Incursus Gaming, or you could check it out on Salzburg Twitch, where they will be casting these very same matches in German. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the Forts Pro League. Alright, so are we going to be doing an interview with the winning team?
We're asking if they would like to, and I guess we'll see if that's what they would like. I can imagine they're also fried. We'll see if what they say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know I'm fried. Jeez.
Well, you have had to deal. I was gonna say you spent the past couple of days like up late and sleep schedule, jet lag experience dealing with background stuff.
Oh yeah, well that was the thing that's plagued this whole thing the most, is the time zone difference between everybody, and that's definitely one of the things we're going to address next season, is just put some systems in place to help deal with that. But yeah, the teams had it rough to schedule their own games, and in some cases deal with three different time zones, and it's just really, really hard. So yeah, they did so well getting through all the matches and making things move along.
All right, it looks like they're interested in doing the interview, so we'll go ahead and join in. Well, where is Salzburg? I'm sure he wants to be here.
Yeah. I think it's that they can't see the channel. We could bring them into. I'll just say. They're going to be they're moving around.
Okay, we're getting it together so we can get them all.
Okay, they're in team 1.
They're in team
FPL
1.
Team 1.
Great. You know what? Do we just jump in there? Probably be easier at this point.
Greetings.
Hey. All right.
Hey,
okay,
Salzburg. We're just going to pop over to the FPL Team 1 channel and talk to the winners.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure.
See you there.
All right.
How you guys doing?
I would say we are quite hyped after the almost door snipe at the end.
Oh my gosh.
Really happy with winning.
Very huge congrats to you guys. That was just fantastic to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you feeling? Are you exhausted?
Definitely.
Hell yeah.
After winning the first best of 3 with the comeback after losing against Sleep, we were quite hyped, and then we had some good luck with knowing that they're Phantom and knowing what they were doing.
So you kind of had a hunch of what they were up to.
It's Danke Merkel. They're quite known for doing the funny with Phantom. So.
Yeah.
So we were prepared. We did some build out before the whole thing.
I was gonna say, I saw you guys preemptively build the anti Magna Beam defenses, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, they're especially on static sides. We had the advantage of Benson being able to build down, so they couldn't really shoot behind me and get them in like that. So I just had to defend one spot against them.
Exactly. That was very well crafted from you guys.
I think this is where the pick and ban system really came in place, because Danke Merkel only had the option left to go Spook or Phantom, and Spook would have been not the best choice, I guess. So I guess you guys thought they would go Phantom, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, crazy. Love the tactic decisions because of the pick and ban. Really nice to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for them, but you can't really do it any better with the pick and ban system.
Well, you guys are the winners of the inaugural season of the Forts Pro League, and congratulations! You'll be getting a medal, an in-game medal for that, and bragging rights, of course. So yeah, just well done. It was very impressive, and thank you for all your perseverance throughout the season. I know it's been difficult with the scheduling and stuff like that, and yeah, just appreciate you guys persevering through all that and seeing it through to the end.
Yes, I mean, even though we had some issues, it was overall a lot of fun to play in it. And
Awesome.
big thank you to the devs to make this happen, even with all the issues in the back, like
Yep.
the whole chaos there, but couldn't have done it any better myself.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, then thank you for. Oh, one question: will there be like the MVP badge for again?
Yes,
Or
there
what
will
is the
be
plan?
an MVP for this, and I need to discuss that
Yeah.
with the judges, and we have to assess everybody's thoughts on that. So, but that will be announced soon. Just once everybody's coming down from the intensity of this final battle, and takes a break for a bit. But yeah, we'll definitely let you know.
Well, my feedback would be, I think, Andrew definitely is one of my favorites for this one. Like him winning the 2v1 against, I think it was Team Yes, and the almost door snipe at the end. He definitely
Yes.
said yes,
Yep.
but I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely hoping for him to get it. He has, let's say, the most. Well then, thank you for hosting the.
No
league.
worries. Thank you for playing. Thank you for all your support.
Yeah, no problem. It was
No, absolutely,
a
and
lot of fun.
congratulations.
If Salzburg wants to do a German interview afterwards, we can have to do that.
That would
Broke English.
that makes sense.
Sure, why not? Why not?
Oh, alright, perfect.
I figured as much because this finals was German versus German, so it'd be
Yes.
It makes sense.
Yeah, big props to Emerulo and Finn too for making it into the finals, even though they lost. These were great matches. Some of like the most fun I've ever had in Force, I think.
Oh, that's good. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if you guys want to go into German mode, that's fine too. We can leave you guys in here to chat away.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good old German mode.
German mode activated.
Activated.
Mein Deutsch ist nicht das gelbe Mai.
Ah!
That was pretty well spoken.
Wir sprechen not much.
I see you there, Incursus.
I try sometimes, okay? All right, then I want to say congratulations to the victors. I'm going to hop out. Thank you guys all for stopping by. Make sure to check out, well, the German side of things out on Salzburg's channel. You could find him on Twitch. And as always, have a good one, everyone. And I'll see you guys later.
See ya, Incursus.
Bye.
All right, chat. It's been a great time. Been a great tournament. I look forward to doing this again once more, as we have the next Forts League coming in soonish. It'll be a little while before we start the next league season. But if you guys want to keep up with that, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you keep up to date with all the latest content here on this channel. And as always, join the community Discord. You could find the community Discord for Forts. Join that, where every announcements related to the community, the Forts community overall, and every subset in between. But for now, that's going to wrap up this, and I'll see you guys later.